the screen. Hello, there's the camera today. Hello, Internet. I am Muffin Monkeys. You can just call me Kevin. And today is another Emergence stream. Welcome to all. And gonna be doing something a little weird today. I don't have a monologue prepared, unfortunately, as this is gonna be a little slapdash and silly. But yeah, so I got an email from One Fair Wage over the last few days. Not a personal email, mind you, one of the robot ones that said that they are a couple $1,000s short of their funding goal for their emergency coronavirus fund. And I thought that sounded like a good enough cause for us to once again champion as we try and raise some cash on these silly streams. So for those who didn't catch our Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 live streams from earlier this year, that was March. Yeah, earlier this year, right when the lockdown was really happening here in the States. One Fair Wage, which is a group that is fighting to get this notion that we can pay people under the federal minimum wage removed. They're looking to up the federal minimum wage so that everyone can start making money enough so that they can afford to live, which is just a crazy concept. Man, you don't have money, you don't have a house. Like that's just such a horrible thing. You don't have money, you don't have food. I don't get that. But this is a group that is out there trying to look out for waiters, waitresses, people who do deliveries, personal care providers, all these different really difficult professions that especially now are at a huge risk of losing their job, losing out on money, or getting sick. And we're going to try and get some money going towards their specific fund that they have to help workers who are going to be, on the front lines, so to speak, not healthcare providers or technicians, but people who are going to be coming into contact with a lot of individuals over the course of their job, and try and get them some money so that they can all, stay afloat, stay healthy, and not have to worry so much about money. So I'm going to go over to the screen here, and whoa, what's going on here? Well, I'll tell you as I figure it out myself. So my plan for this evening was to have to go through every anime I have ever watched on my MyAnimeList, on the site MyAnimeList, and do a super quick review of it. This is a super quick review of every single one. Type it up on the site and post it. But believe it or not, there is a character minimum to post on their website. And forgive me for thinking that there wasn't anyone who uses MyAnimeList or works on it or owns it or whatever. Thanks for tuning in if you are. Forgive me if at looking at the state of some of the reviews on that website and thinking that there was no quality standard and I would just be able to meme all up on it. That's not the case. So at the suggestion of Thomas Modaf, I believe he's still here in chat, I am going to live tweet my reviews instead. So we're gonna type these all out and see if see if that'll catch some attention across the interwebs and whatnot, and trying to get some eyeballs on a good cause. And so my rules for this, because I have watched an obscene amount of anime, and I am going to limit myself, or try to limit myself, to coming up with a review in 1 minute. So I will be typing it here, on live tweeting it. Each review will probably be multiple tweets. Each one will be multiple tweets, but I have to do the review in a minute. I have a speedrun timer here with every review that I'm going to be doing from A to Z, and we're starting with miscellaneous, from A to Z, as they are written on my anime list. How I will do these reviews. I'm going to do 4. I'm going to try to limit myself to 4 tweets. Emolina, 1 anime is obscene enough, lol. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Before I go any further, I need to get the chat box in here somehow. Here we go. Forgot to place that in earlier. Let's see. Oh, nope. We don't want to make my... Oh, no. Behind the scenes. Where is the chat? Here it is. Where are we going to put chat? Where are we going to put you? We got to put you somewhere. Let's put you down here. There you go. Right under my tweets, I guess. You can't see it now, but let's do a little test. Sign into chat, but I am. Whatever. Okay. Got that. Bring this up here. All right. Where was I? Will super chats count as donations? Yes. Any money raised throughout the course of this stream, I will be donating to One Fair Wage. So yes, super chats will count as donations as well. Will they count on the little donation goal counter here? That I don't know. Because we've never had anybody super chat on here before. And I assume it should, but I've probably not engineered this setup correctly to do that. Anyway, my reviews. So here's how it's gonna work. They're gonna be divided into 4 sections. So ideally 4 tweets per anime. 1, just like a eye-catching introduction. Think of it as like, this is the clickbait type of like title for if this was a YouTube video or something like that. Or I'll just, come up with something silly to introduce the thing. 2, summary. I have to summarize what this thing is about, much like you can see on my anime list. You can, boom, I'll put this on so I don't miss any donations or anything. Much like on my anime list, they have a summary of the show, and I'm going to try and come up with that. 3rd tweet is my interpretive / evaluative claim for the thing. So my takeaway from it. A yay or nay, basically. A fancy yay or nay. And the 4th one, I'm going to give it an award. I don't like scores. My anime list is about, you number things and they weigh things based on scores. But if you've been on that site, 7 is the average for like everything. Like if in my experience, if there's an anime on there that has less than a 7, don't watch it. That's been my experience anyway. But I don't find numbers to be like a really good evaluation of art. And I admit that I've used them. Obviously, I've numbered things on my anime list, and you might see them as I change some of the images here as we go. Just with how janky this is set up. You might briefly see some of those scores, but you're welcome to check out. If you go on my anime list and look up Muffin Monkeys, you will find me. You can see the whole list on there and all the scores. Don't take the scores too heavily though. They change every single time I'm on there. I don't do numbers for those type of things. Yeah. And so that's that. That's the 4 tweets. Some qualifiers. I'm not reviewing anything that I haven't seen. If it's on my list, but I have it as listed as like want to see, then I'm not reviewing it. I'm not going to be reviewing any anime films. So I've struck all films from the list just to save myself some time on that. And I don't know. I don't want to do a review for every single Pokemon movie. That being said, I will be reviewing every show that I have dropped. Just about everyone. There's a couple of shows where I've seen like 1 episode and I dropped it, and I'm not putting those on my list. Like Little Witch Academia, I've seen like one episode. I'm not going to review it. But ones where I have like seen a couple episodes and tried to make an effort to watch it, but dropped it, I will be reviewing. And if a show has multiple seasons listed on MyAnimeList, like My Hero Academia, for example, has like 4, I have to review each of those individually. So it balances out slightly. That means I'll be doing a lot of JoJo and a lot of My Hero Academia. I can say that right now. Let's see. Any more qualifiers? I don't think so. Just with how I'm going to be doing this, I said I want to try and get these 4 tweets in a minute. I want to try and get these 4 tweets done within a minute. If I don't, then I just got to wrap it up as quick as possible. And, yeah. Birds just donated $5. Help workers amidst the crisis.
So good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That Cowboy Bebop analysis was so good. Thank you, Birds. I will extend that to Dan, as he is the one who wrote that script. He's not here with us tonight. He's nocturnal now, so if I really suck at this, we may see him in the chat at some point. But I don't expect to. I'm thinking this is probably going to be about 5 or 6 hours, especially if I ramble in between ones. But for my time limit, I said 1 minute for 4 tweets. I'm going to try and stick to that. I might go a little bit longer. I know for sure that it's going to take me a couple of seconds to change out the image that you'll be seeing on the page here. I could just go all the way through and not, waste time on that. But I likely will be taking breaks throughout this. I'll keep the timer running, though, so we can get like a grand total of how much time this actually took. Yeah, I think that is it. And I really don't think I'm mentally prepared for this. Let's take a sip. Let's take a sip. Very nice. Lightly hydrated, lightly prepared. Okay. Let us do this.
Let's kick the beat.
All right. Dot hack sign. Dot hack sign. Wow. So you're stuck in a game and are philosophical about it. Well, I was that there. Ain't that fun? That's my intro. Okay, so now we gotta find that tweet. Oh shit. View. And now we go from there. Okay. Summary of dot hack sign. I basically did that. Let's see. Dude can't decide whether he likes or dislikes being trapped in an MMO. Basically, it's the experience of playing League of Legends. Tweet. How do I... Oh, we're already over a minute. This is not going to go well. I might have to do 2 minutes for this. Let's see. Okay, go on from there. Interpretive claim. Okay. The real world is shown in black and white and stuff. It's abstract, which was a neat touch. All they do in this show is talk. I'm starting to think typing this is probably a bad idea. All they do in the show is talk. The signature image of this show is lady standing on boat, not facing the person she is talking to. Cool. Okay. And final one. Oh man. Okay. So it looks like 2 minutes is going to be the average for this. Final one is the award. Award. Most Enya-like music. Is there, can you just like Control enter. Okay. Sweet.
I've been waiting for this.
What the? Oh no, I went to the other page. All right, so that button does that. Okay. Oh wait, split. Nice. 91 days. Here we go. Where is the thing? I already have this pulled up. 91 days. All right, here we go. 91 days. It showed up there. Oh my gosh, what a world. Okay. Tweet. Here it is. 91 days. Mob anime for people who don't like mob anime. That's not accurate at all. 91 days. Over 358. That makes no sense. This is supposed to be a Kingdom Hearts. Whatever. Oh shit, where is it? I'm already bad at this. Okay. Here we go. Boom. Okay. Summary. Dude. Guy seeks revenge for the murder of his family. But, the guy who... What the fuck happens? But he teams up with a guy who is involved, but he is nice? Will they befriend or kill? I think this stream will also double as like ASMR if you're really into keyboard clacks. So there we go. Interpretive claims. Pretty average mob stuff, honestly. But the ending I remember as being one of the best endings in any mob story. Very minimal, if that makes any sense. Calm and serene with a touch of darkness. Cool. And well, award. Better at baking people into food than Game of Thrones. Sorry if I spoiled that. And split. All right, we're on A's. We finished the MISC. Hooray! And that only took like way longer than I thought. Here we go. Okay. Afro Samurai. Sam Jackson fights himself and society. This is not good. I have music. We should be doing music. Get some tunes going here. It might be soft, but shout out to Chill Hop. They're for letting us use their music. Okay. Summary. Samurai wants to become the best samurai by killing the other best samurai. Pretty simple. Let's try and do this one. Basically, headwear makes the man. That's what I determined from this. Sweet. Easy peasy. Do I want to give a numbered value at the end? No. There's gonna be no number values here. Award. Headband that you can trade in for one ruler of the world certificate. You monster. Sweet. Okay. Split. Aggressive Retsuko. Why is it listed like that? Must be the Japanese name. Aggressive Retsuko. Working a job is a job, all right. Okay. Let's see if I can actually get the rest of this in a minute. Here we go.
Let's kick the beat.
No, don't do that. Okay, summary. Animal works at a business and blows off stress by doing karaoke of death metal variety. There we go. And interpretive claims. Can't tell if this is pro or con in terms of its view of workers. Sometimes I feel the feels of working, and others times it seems like it's judgmental. Judgmental of people who... Sorry, Dio. I didn't make it. Their shit together. Who don't have their shit together. I severely underestimated how long this would take. If I was just saying it, I think I could do it in a minute. But we're down this rabbit hole now. Gosh dang it. We're gonna keep on going. Okay. Award. Oh, this is the first season, isn't it? I kind of did that for all of them. Oh well. Award 5. 5. Let's get a revolution on comrade points. Space. Boom. And split.
It's your turn.
Thank you. Okay. Tweet. Don't forget to change the picture. Holy shit, I haven't been doing that. Okay. Aggressive Let's Go 2. Here we go. All right, let's do a time limit again. Here we go.
Let's kick the beat.
Okay. Aggressive Let's Go. Aggressive Let's Go. Season 2. Even more capitalism. Okay. Summary. Our heroine gets a boyfriend, and he rich, but also maybe wants to change society, but maybe not. Dum 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 dum. Did it really only just play the one song? I said play all of them. Oh well. Oh, so many things. So many things going wrong. Interpretive claim. Hank gets boyfriend, but also must change society. What the heck happened in that season? What the heck happened? I remember like... Sorry, Dio, I didn't do it. I remember liking it, I guess. I don't remember what happened in that one, apart from there was a big twist. Award. Yeah, maybe. Award. When is more Haida, please? I like him. I like... Oh, God. Whatever. That's the tweet. Okay. Split. And go to the next one. What is the next one? Angel Beats. Oh, everybody. This. I know what to... I know. Angel Beats. This is everyone's high school anime that they watched in high school. Somebody spelling errors. Okay. There is an afterlife. There's an afterlife that is Japanese high school. For you to have a Japanese high school if you died and were robbed that experience. Excellent. Okay. Value. There is a huge twist partway through that I was a big ol' on. And what? Oh, I had it. What? It's not long enough. Let this be more, please? Not long enough show. I want more. It was good. It was too short. Okay. Award. Oh. Oh, wait. What's that mean? Oh, I wish I could make a meme real quick. Wait. You mean... For anyone who doesn't want this spoiled, you should look away now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. Okay. All right. Whew. I think I need to figure out this music situation. Maybe just try and get through all of them in a certain amount of time instead of pushing for 2 minutes. So like 2.5 hours or something. There's no way I'm getting through all these in 2.5 hours. Well, I suppose it's possible. Why is this not playing? Play all of my music, please. My music. Let's get some tune. We got to get some tunes going. Otherwise, you're just going to hear me and clacking, and I don't know if that's enough. One moment. Where is it? Oh, my files are so unorganized. Okay. Audio. Audio. Where are you? Here we go. All right, let's just go through the tunes, shall we? Open. Okay. Woo! Anime to blah, 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 blah. Okay. Whew, here we go. Let's see if it's
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Anime de Wakaru Shinryu Naika. Okay. Psychosomatic medicine made anime. Cool. All right, so I imagine most people actually don't know this one. Short sketches about different psychosomatic problems. That's easy enough. I mean, that's basically it. Okay. It funny and informative. Hopefully. I don't know. Not sure I can trust anime on this stuff. I didn't make it, Dio. I'm sorry. It gets an award. Funniest nurse. There was a nurse in it, and she was funny. That's about as much as I can recall. I watched that a million years ago. Okay. Ooh, I like this one. Split. Okay. Assassination classroom.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. I gotta fix that. Okay. Assassination classroom. This is intro. This is intro that's killing me. Assassination classroom. Best teacher ever needs to be put down. I mean, shoot, that's the summary right there. Kids gotta kill their super teacher before the end of the year. It's a metaphor. Sweet. And evaluative claim. Love it. Top to bottom. Good stuff. Oh no. I didn't make it. Sorry, Dio. Love it top to bottom. Good stuff. Karma is a cool dude. There's a dude named Karma. He's cool. There we go. That's my evaluative claim. And award. most OP computer. Or most OP 2D waifu. Need some patch. Need some hot fixes for that. Ruined some stories. IMO. This is terrible. Oh, I'm already profusely sweating. Boom. Oh, gotta ditch this. I have 2 sandwiches over there that I was supposed to eat before doing this, but I didn't. Okay. Okay. Instead of trying to do these in a minute, try and get that. We'll see. I'm shooting for 5.5 hours. That's what I would like to try and do this in. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. So we got to do the second season, which again I keep forgetting about. Ass class 2. More ass. More ass. More class. Excellent. Tweet on that one. Summary. There's like a million super assassins now. And we learn how the taco man became a taco. Sweet. Interpretive claim. Boy. Yeah, fine. Boy. I cried my eyes out. Perfect ending. Sweet stuff. I gotta get into something more meaty for some of these. Right now, these interpretive claims are too light. Okay. And award. No, seriously, best teacher in anime. Maybe. Haven't seen a lot. That's a lie. I have. Best teacher in anime. Okay. Split. Ao no Exorcist. Okay. Ao no Exorcist. No Exorcist. Like, man, these intros. I gotta start thinking them in terms of like clickbait YouTube videos. Like what's my take? How do I do it in the clickbait? I guess that's just the interpretive claims, isn't it? Oh well. I didn't think this through very well, obviously. I'm an exorcist. Okay. Start the timer.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Fudge. Okay. What can I even... I dropped this show. What can I even say about this? It's shonen. It's the shonen you get at the dollar store for 50 cents. Excellent. Exorcist is also demon. Isn't that ironic? Ha 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 ha. No, seriously, that's the show. My evaluative claim is just watch Hellboy. I'm almost there, Dio. Damn it. Okay. Award. Most usage of name Satan in anime? It's pretty good. Split. Woo! We're through the A's. Now we're in the B's. That means it's time for a sip. Woo! Bacano. Oh, I wish I had like a clip of the Bacano theme song to just toss in right there. All right, let's Bacano. All right. No, don't open Spotify. This isn't the time. We've already got tunes. Tweet. Okay. Bacano. Deserved of the exclamation point. All right. What the heck happens in Bacano? Mobsters are immortal. There that's the tweet. Okay, mobsters are immortal. Evaluative claim. This anime is like if the dude who directed 7 Psychopaths made an anime. Award. Most protags. No. Award. Oh, yeah. Stupidest name for train. Flying Pussyfoot. Sweet. Split. Baka and Test. Oh, I like Baka and Test. Dun 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 dun. Baka and Test. Oh, well, that's the one. I failed that. Okay. Baka and Test summary. School is a constant RPG where you level by getting good grades. That sure does seem biased. Does it? No. I don't know what I was getting at that. Whatever. The level by getting good grades. That'll do. Okay. Evaluative claim. Super funny. Super funny. The guy who looks like Brock from Pokemon this sucks. The guy who looks like Brock from Pokemon, whenever he does that freeze frame thing and puts his arm on Yoshi's shoulders, I lol. There we go. And award. Striker Sigma 5. If you get that one, that's a reference. Hooray. Okay. Barakamon. Okay. Barakamon. Wait. Anime can actually write children characters? What is it? He's like a calligrapher. Oh boy. We can't spell that word. Moves out to the boonies and moves out of his old self. It's a metaphor. Wrong usage of it's, but that's okay. We're grammar is obviously not an ideal here. Gosh, I dropped this one too. I didn't watch it all. People bullied me into watching this because they said it was so meaningful to them, but I'm dead inside. Okay. Award. A funky looking character. A funky looking kanji character. Excellent. Dum ba dum ba dum. B-stars. B-stars. What can be stupidly said about B-stars? B-stars, in the words of Jack Saint, a deviant furry masterpiece. I don't know. Okay. As I'm doing this, typing this out, I'm starting to lose the juices having to type it out. So maybe we do this another way. It was a nice idea. But I think I'm genuinely gonna try to get a full review of the thing and not type it out in a tweet. I think that means I'll just have to mug to the camera. All right. Let's go on pause here for a moment. And I will adjust. Cuz I'm not liking the way that this is working out. Dang it, MyAnimeList, why did you have to have a quality standard? You've ruined this stream. Okay. One moment, folks. I'm gonna go to the away screen here. Let's go to Be back momentarily. Okay. All right. So we got it set up like this now. The chat should appear over on the right side. And I'm going to move you back over here. Move you back over here. Okay. So here is how this is going to go. This is what we're going to do. I am actually going to try to do this 1 minute time limit. We'll do the anime, give it the summary, give it the evaluative / interpretive claim, and then give it an award. And I'm going to actually try to do it within a minute, and if I fail, I just got to go to the next one. That's what we'll do. Luckily, I have myself a minute timer, if you haven't heard it thus far. So we're just gonna read these out. Okay. So this is B stars, yeah? Okay. I'm gonna hit this, and then it's just gonna happen. Okay. Here we go.
Let's kick the beat.
All right, so B stars. In B stars, main character Legoshi is a wolf man. Everybody's an animal man or woman or in between if they feel like it. And they are going to a school. And he's like, have you seen that Simpsons episode where it's the John Truckosaurus and he's like, oh, I don't know whether to eat you or kiss you, car. That's the anime. That's it. Him and a rabbit. Do I eat or something else? It's good. I don't know what the Beast Star is. They talk about it a lot. It's in the title, but I don't know if it's important yet. Maybe that comes up in the anime. It's like who was the king of the animals, One Piece style. And I really like the use of the visuals. There's this cool shot where they're like in a mirror, and it shows like where the relationship between Legoshi and Haru once was, and like where it is now, and it's like sort of in the same place but different. And I give it my award for Deviant Furry Masterpiece. Oh yeah, we made it. All right, next one. And Beck. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Beck. I loved this show a lot more the first time I saw it. Back then, I was like in college. It's one of those like, oh, let's get the band together stories. It's about a boy in high school who discovers that he's got a thing for music that fulfills him, and he finds this out because a dude shows up and he's got a zombie dog named Beck. What's Beck's purpose? We never find out. There's even another dog, like it's a Frankenstein zombie dog, but it doesn't come up in the show like at all, maybe in the manga, I don't know. The relationship between the main character and this other girl was really cute, but then I watched it the second time and it wasn't as good. I missed it. The best scene in the show is they're in this like pool and they're singing a song to each other, and it's really meaningful to them, and it's really cool. But this is where the biggest problem of the show comes up, because it was clearly made on $5 and a shoestring, because nothing is like good. Ah, dang it. Okay, next one. Split. And the next anime, Binbogami
Let's kick
Ga.
the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Okay, so that means a good luck girl. The main character has some sort of supernatural luck about her, and a ghost woman shows up to drain some of the luck out and give it to other people. Basically, she wants the good luck girl to become a better person by giving some of her fortune to others. It's pretty funny. The standout moment for me was when the ghost character, they were like playing tennis or something, and the ghost character like turned her face into Luffy from One Piece, and also the voice of Luffy, Colleen Clinkenbeard, in the English dub was voicing this character, so it was a double joke. I really liked that. I watched the show a million years ago, so I can't really recall if it was any good. I think it was. I laughed. I think it ends on like a really sad note though, for the ghost, not for the girl because she's lucky. I give it my award of share some of that luck with me, friendo, because we could use it. All right. Black Lagoon.
Let's kick the
Let's
beat.
kick the beat. I made a whole video about this one. It's inspired heavily by Tarantino and like other American films, like in particular. It is about a Japanese businessman who gets shanghaied onto a ship called the Black Lagoon in a town called Raraniper, and they do piratey stuff and have adventures. And the adventures push the main character Rock towards potentially being a bad guy himself, trying to like put his vision on this lawless city. He's trying to engineer it so that he can. He's trying to make the city be good, but he may have to do bad things to do that. Ooh, will he sink into the darkness? They talk about darkness and light a lot, almost like it's Kingdom Hearts. And I give it my award of nice tats. It's got nice tattoos. All right, I think this is season 2 that we're doing now. Black Lagoon, the second barrage. Okay, well, in this one, the quintessential arc is Rock goes to Japan, and there's gang shit happening there, and he's translating for this Russian mob that he's sort of like frenemies with. Like he wants to get rid of them, but he's got to work with them. You know how it is. And then he starts seeing himself in a young woman who is the heir apparent to a crime family, and is trying to ease the tensions between the Russian mafia and the Yakuza, and it all boils over. It's a lot about self, what is it? Like he's seeing things in him, doesn't want the person to become the way he is, and he sees that as a selfless action, but it could be selfish depending on your blah, blah, blah. They talk about some guy who is like, if you throw a dice, that's like life, right? Lol. And maybe he's right, maybe he's not. I don't remember. I give this show my award of shit ass ending. It's awful. It just stops. Did we do it? Oh, did I even hit the time for that one? Whatever, we did it. Hooray. And now we go. I pleased Dio for the first time. Okay, that's not what I meant to say. Okay, Bleach.
Let's kick the beat.
Well, this is my friend Brian's favorite anime if he ever sees this video, and I know he'll just be shouting with cheer. Turns out it's a big... What came first, this or Kingdom Hearts? Because one's cheating off the other's homework, that's for sure. Ichi Bleachy Man, Ichi Strawberry is like, hey, I can see you, ghosts. And they're like, whoa, crazy, right? And it turns out some of them ghosts are samurai, except the swords turn into like whatever the heck, because they're cool. And they have to kill the Heartless, who are the representations of like people who died and were unhappy, which, I mean, really, is that who was not, right? That was very sad. That is not the way I wanted that improv to go. That ship, I pushed that ship and it went into a typhoon. I give this one my darkness out of 10. Let's go to boink. Oh, yeah.
Let's kick the beat.
How can one describe Bobobo? Dude that is fighting an empire that wants to cut people's hair so they're bald. That's really it. It's just a bunch of dumb fights, and I love it. My award is, I wish my nose hairs were as long as yours, you beautiful man. I jumped the gun a little bit on that one because this one comes right from the heart. I thought about doing a video where I look into like taking the lore as super seriously as possible and seeing if maybe there was some secret message in there about, and see, that's about where I stopped with that thought, because I realized this is a bad idea and I shouldn't do it. I don't know if there's anything artistic that I can say about Bobobo apart from it made me laugh and it's super stupid and you probably won't like it. That's my vote for Bobobo. You won't like it. You should totally watch it. Okay. Erase.
Let's kick the beat.
Boku dake ga inai machi. Okay. Dude is everybody's dude in this. This has got an 8.4 on MyAnimeList. That's a lot. Guy has the ability, like, sometimes, for some reason, he is shot back in time, and he assumes that he should use this power for good, because it always happens when, like, there's an accident or something, so he saves people's life. And then, whoa, his mom is murdered, and he sent a million years into the past when he was a little kid, and not literally, a million years. I don't remember how many. He's in grade school, and he's trying to stop the murder of this abused girl. I have a thing of it on the wall over there. I don't know if that can be seen. That's how much I like this one. It's pretty good, but it's a tough sell. In the words of my friend Derek, child abuse isn't fun to watch. And that's my award. The child abuse is not fun to watch award, so caution advised. All right, My Hero Academia. We gotta do this like 4 times. Okay. The world is full of superheroes, and they patrol the streets like policemen. They're like maybe sort of sponsored by the government, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember. It kind of seems like at times it might be like a very scary world to live in, a very authoritarian world where all these superheroes are running around. But whatever. Izuku Midoriya wants to be the bestest hero ever, but he's got no superpowers, unlike the majority of the world. And then one day, the best hero ever says, "Here, man, eat my hair." And it's like, oh, cool. And then he becomes the best hero ever, maybe. Well, sort of. He spoils it in the very first episode and says, "Yeah, I do." So don't worry. There's no stakes or trauma. Yeah, they fight a man who touches you and you die. This one gets my award for do not touch this touchler man. You will die. Oh, we get to do season 2.
It's your turn.
Oh, it's your
Let's
turn.
kick the beat.
Oh no, I returned the... Oh no, I made the size too big. I'm not gonna do this one, Dio. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna make it. Well, whatevs. My Hero Academia Season 2. Even more. There's a tournament arc, because of course, and there's a lot of drama in the fights. I liked the Uraraka one in particular, because, well, I'm not really sure, because they were like, oh man, don't look down on her because she's a girl, was like the plot of it, which is like, yeah, that's a good plot, but then it also seemed like it was looking down on her by like treating her that way. I don't know, I need to watch it again. What else happens? There's an icy hot man. Everybody cosplays him. Everybody loves him. He's pretty great. He throws a big fireball, and it's the coolest animated thing that's ever been done. Apart from being a fireball, which is not cool. I give it my award. Big fireball. Okay, next is the 3rd season.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Okay. As you can see, the no touchler man is on there. You don't want him touching you, but I'm pretty sure he almost does. And it's a big, he's like, I've got an evil plan, Deku, and he's gonna touchler on him, but oh, he doesn't. And now the heroes know about this evil plan, and they're gonna fight the baddest guy of them all. See, Deku has the power one for all, because he's using his power for good, but then there's All for One, who takes all of the powers. Like he just took my microphone down. It's a metaphor. And they fight and they train, and there's training and fighting. If you're into that, this might be your show. There's no trains though, just training. Maybe that's a sell for you too. What the heck else happens in this? I give it my award of it's probably great, but I can't remember. And next. Bum, 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 bum. My Hero Academia is season the 2nd. Let's make this uh-oh. We keep messing up with the thing. That's gonna take up more time. Okay. There's a guy who can go through stuff, and he talks about how that's such a dangerous power because he could just slip like out into nothingness, and then he never really has to worry about it because he's really good. And he just creams everybody. But there's a big twist later on that I don't want to spoil this one too much. But this dude's power is that he can like deconstruct anything, and like you'd think that would be and he doesn't have to like touch you or anything. He just like he doesn't need to be a touchler, an evil touchler like all the other villains. He just has to like look at you and then you're dead. So I don't know why he doesn't just automatically win, but it's a very compelling season. I didn't finish it. Didn't finish this one. I'm going to give it 1 anime rock song out of 10. Because there was an anime rock song. I didn't get to hear it. Apparently everybody loved it, but I didn't watch it yet. So this is a review in progress that I will never come back to. Next. Dun dun dun. Da, da, da. I hit delete. I didn't mean to hit delete. Let's go to Boku wa Tomodachi ga Tsukunai, also known as Haganai. It stupid trash for dummies. It's a bunch of losers get together to make a club for losers. And it's very ecchi, and they're very in high school, so I don't like it. Not for me, thanks. Everybody's really perverted, and it gets it's the worst show we've talked about thus far. It gets my award for There's a Reason You're a Loser award. There we go. I didn't do the timer for that one, but we got through it. Dun 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 dun. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Bungo Stray Dogs. I actually put this on my list. Why? I've watched one episode twice. And maybe that says something about this show, don't you think? If you watched one episode and then were like, and you come back to it like years later and watch one episode and go like, then maybe that is a statement of its quality. Or maybe there's something wrong with you. Maybe you just can't appreciate this cool show where everyone has superpowers loosely associated with authors of the English and Japanese variety. I think, so I've been told. My girlfriend really likes it, so I haven't given this one a fair enough chance yet. I give this one, what is Edgar Allan Poe's ability out of 10? Because I want to know what that is. Let's go to the next one. Boom. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Let's kick the beat.
It's Buso Renkin. This show is legendary. What's the plot? I have no fucking idea. But I'll tell you what, if you are ever playing one of those anime opening challenges, like you make one of those videos where it's a bunch of like 10 seconds of an anime opening, and this isn't in there, you fucked up. You need to start over. Delete your channel before it gets struck 3 times by me over the head, because this one has an awesome OP and you should go and look. And by awesome, I mean very stupid. It's everyone who makes those videos uses the same beat in the song because they all know it's this character slowly coming towards the camera like he's gonna do a big ol' punch. He's gonna slap the meat out of those people, and it goes Itsuma demo, da ba da 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 da, and it makes me laugh every time. I'm gonna give it some of the worst animation I've seen in a shonen fighter. It's really bad. That's my award. Bad animation award. It's a Razzie for animation. We made it through the bees. We're like an hour in. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. C, the money of soul and possibility control. Okay. This one's relatable, sort of. Guy is low on cash, and the Joker shows up, and he's like, "Hey, I know this cool. You ever heard of stonks?" And then he takes him to the stonks world. And in the stonks world, if you invest your money into you have a persona essentially, and if you invest your money right in the persona, then you will win a gladiatorial battle against someone else's persona, and you get more money that you can use in the real world. And but then if you put too much stonks, if you take too much money from the stonks world and try to invest it in the real world, then money starts going all over the place and crazy, and then countries like start going out of whack, like their economies get all fucked up. It's a big old metaphor for capitalism that I don't know if it works entirely. So I'm gonna give it my thanks for maybe criticizing capitalism, I don't know award. I really like that show. I don't actually know if it's any good, but you should watch it.
Let's kick the beat.
Carol and Tuesday. So it's 2 women who live on Mars form a band, and it's their rise and fall ? I only got through the first half because they released the first half and then did the second half like around Christmas, and I didn't watch the second one. I liked the first portion, like the first couple episodes, where it was about the two kind of growing closer together. There was a funny episode about them filming a music video, which I loved because I'm all about film. The Mars, they do a Mars Got Talent arc, which it moves way too fast and tries to juggle way too many balls. So it kind of lost me, and that's like kind of the reason that I didn't watch more of it. There's an interesting subplot about whether or not regular music will beat out AI music as time goes on, and it gets my Please Explore That More award. I don't know if maybe it does. I'm assuming. There's a Beyonce character in it that is almost Beyonce, but like not quite. It's like Rihanna or something.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Comet Lucifer dropped this one like a hot deuce about 2 or 3 episodes in. My impression was it wanted to be Gurren Lagann, because the guy was digging. I think that's my takeaway. Guy's digging and he finds a girl, I think, and they have to protect the girl from somebody bad who wants to take her. So it's anime Gurren Lagann meets Mario. Sure. I don't remember too much about this one. It scores 5.87 on MyAnimeList, which is horrible for that website, which means you should steer clear. I'm going to give it an award for most clickbait name for an anime ever. Comet Lucifer? That sounds rad. I want a fucking death metal band named that. Dum bum 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 bum. Oh no. Oh no. Comic girls.
Let's kick the beat.
Okay, a bunch of high school artists move into a dorm or like they move into a place together to like help each other work. I've heard that this is maybe a thing in Japan for like animators and I guess mangaka as well. They're all manga artists. 2 of them are published and 2 of them are up and coming. They might be published as well. And it's about them doing cute girl things together while manga-ing. I was I was like, okay, this isn't necessarily a show for me. It seems like it's written for grade schoolers with how like cartoonishly these characters interact. And then one of the high school mangakas makes porn. Is a hentai manga artist, or at the very least like a ecchi artist, and that turned me right the fuck off. I give it my please don't imagine a high school girl in a rape scenario for your manga, please. Show. Oh, that's not an award. That's just like a demand. My award is who is this written for? Award. Okay, Cowboy Bebop.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. This is a show about cowboys who live on a ship called the Bebop. They all have troubled pasts, and they are that come back to them. And the story is about whether or not they change for the better or for the worst. And a lot of that is up to your interpretation. The show is episodic. Mostly it has just little self-contained stories, but you can't skip any of them because each one explores the idea of confronting an aspect of the past specifically, and whether or not you grow from it or regress. And what else is there to see? You know what Cowboy Bebop is. You've watched it, or you're going to if you're into anime. Like that's how this works. I give it my Bang award for the cool line. Okay, that is C. We're on to D now. D-Frag. Let's kick the beat. Okay, D-Frag is a guy is sort of coerced into joining a game creation club. That is run by all of these girls. It is a comedy that revolves around the games that they make and just like general antics at the school. It's pretty short. I wish there was more of it. I would wish that more of the manga would get adapted, but I can say right now, this anime gets my award for character I would have killed to voice in an English dub. The main character is very funny. His reactions are always, super over the top to everything. This is just a cutesy, just a cutesy sort of slice of life comedy that doesn't skew too hard into the ecchi territory, which usually turns me off to these type of comedies. Yeah, I really dig it. Let's move on to the next one. Good, you switched to talking. Yes, no, the typing was a horrible mistake. This is what happens when you think and execute an idea for a stream in about a half hour. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
D. Grayman. What the heck happened? I own all of or most of this manga for some reason. It was given to me by a dear friend, and I'm sorry to say that I haven't read any of it yet. Dude goes to Harry Potter school for exorcists, I think, and he goes to kill demons. And if you can see there in the picture, there is that big old smiley guy that they totally ripped off from Cowboy Bebop. He is like 100% the assassin guy from episode 20 of Cowboy Bebop. Pierrot Le Fou, however you pronounce that, French. Dropped this one. I saw a couple of episodes. There's a dude who has a headband, and it looked like his weapon was either a hammer or a snowboard. One of the two. And I was like, that seems pretty cool. I'd kill demons with a snowboard. I give this my I think I'm thinking of Shaman King award. Because that's probably what that character was from. Okay. Danganronpa, I'm not even going to try and say the rest of that title. Based off of a sort of cult hit video game from the mid to early 2000s. A bunch of kids wake up in a school, and in that school they have to solve what is the actual goal of this school? Someone has to kill everybody and get away with it. And if they do, they win a prize. I think they get to leave the school. And if they discover the body, then you have to do a trial to try and figure out who the killer is. I think this format probably lends itself better, is more impactful as a game when you have to try and think through it, or at least have your hand kind of held through the process. I saw a little bit of gameplay, but it moves really, really quick. There's almost no time dedicated to the actual investigations in the show. So I give it it's an anime adaptation of a very video game format, and thus is not amazing. Or maybe the game just sucks and I don't know.
Let's kick the beat.
What the heck is this? I don't even know what this is. I watched this? Apparently I watched this. This is a 3-minute show. What are those called? ONAs? I think it's ONA. Danaga ni wo iteru ka wakaranai ken. I can't understand what my husband is saying. Married antics. Dude probably farts and the wife is like, oh, what's up with that? And then she farts and it's like, oh man, what's up with that? And it's like, ha 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 ha. I think the husband is an otaku and the wife is not. So she's like, whoa, what is my husband saying? And he's like, bah, look at this big booby figurine I got. And it's funny stuff, I'm sure. Gosh, I mean, it's short enough that whatever, man, check it out if you're into anime antics, because this is anime antics. I give it this statue is 50% off out of 10. Dun 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 dun. We are now at
Let's kick the beat.
Darling in the Franxx. I know my friend Sam is very excited to hear my thoughts on this one, but I watched this a couple 100 years ago and I dropped it. Don't really remember. It's Pacific Rim for horny teenagers. It's Pacific basically, yeah, it's the most anime take on Pacific Rim you could think of. There's some big old blue molten men, and a boy and a girl have to like sync up in a robot to go and fight him. And this is visualized by the girls. They're being framed like they're doing it doggy style. That is the anime. It's a metaphor for puberty, and it got increasingly awkward, and I was like, no thanks. But I know a lot of people love this one. The main character is like, I want to be a bird or something, and then the other one is like, I want to eat you. So I give this my it's about fucking out of 10. Let's go to...
Let's kick the beat.
Death Note. Dude gets a notebook, and if he writes your name in it, you die. And if he writes your name in it and then says, like, you know, maybe you die later, then you die later. And he tries to change the world. And you can probably get a good read on someone's, like, political leanings or their personal views if you ask them if light was right. It's a good litmus test. Weirdly enough, there's a character named L, and he's the coolest guy ever, but he's also flawed. It's like, oh, do we just let this man kill whoever he wants, or do we maybe not? These are the tough questions we need to ask. Evaluative. Well, obviously there's like 3 distinct sections of the show, and the third and final one, there's a pretty steep fall off. Nonetheless, it has a very solid ending that brings everything to a nice conclusion. I give it it's the #1 most popular anime on MyAnimeList. I think that's award enough in itself. Okay, what is next? From Death Note, we move to Death Parade. So, if you thought going to a bar was stressful enough, how about going to one where you're dead and may go to hell if you mess up this game? This is little stories where people come in and they can play a game in a bar, and there are stakes of some kind that I am trying to recall as I say this. I want to say it's if you win, then you go to heaven, but if you don't, you go to hell, and then it's like, oh, there's a twist. It's pretty good. I got all the way to the last episode and didn't watch it. I will assume that it had a nice ending that ties everything up. We follow this one character who's like, why am I here in this bar? What's my deal? Do I work here? Do I have a permit to? What's my thing? I give it my I'm very bad at billiards out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Devilman Crybaby. Okay, this is a tough one. Not to say what actually happens. Dude is a devil and a man. It's a metaphor for humanity. Are humans good or are they bad, and can they ever be redeemed? That's sort of the theme of this one, and it's expressed by dude being a devil man and going out and fighting the devils who possess people, and it keeps on escalating to becoming more and more like the world starts falling into shambles, and you start to ask the question of if humans are good, like at a foundational level, like is humanity good at all, and can we ever learn to be better? This one destroyed me. I was like straight up depressed for like a solid week after watching this. I give it my guaranteed depression award. Oh man, Digimon.
Let's kick the beat.
I'm gonna give this the English opening is way better award. No. Why did that jump to the forefront of my thoughts? So this is the show that lost to Pokemon. That's the thing. That's the show. a bunch of kids get isekai'd into a computer world where things are like computer themed, but I don't know how deep they kind of follow up on that. I loved this show back in the day. Would watch it after school every day, and then I didn't anymore, and my life got worse. So maybe if I bought a bootleg like entire series of this from an anime convention from some guy who was very pushy about it, and I watched the DVDs, and they're like straight up recordings of like Fox Kids or whatever this was showing on. I give this my that wasn't a review, Kevin, out of 10 award. Next up.
Let's kick the beat.
Digimon Adventure 2. I'm gonna be real, I don't remember anything about this one. I have this on my list because a Kevin who once existed definitely did scientifically proven to have watched this at some point. But that Kevin's dead now, so I don't remember what happened in this. The two characters from the previous one are in this. The Digimon are maybe in the real world now. They sort of were before, and now they are again. I don't quite remember. And I'm sure they have a good old adventure, just like it says in the title. And I will give this my award of those goggles are definitely compensating for something out of 10. They're compensating for bad eyesight, was what I was trying to imply. Thank you. Oh boy. Why did I put these ones that I don't even remember on this list? Dragon Ball.
Let's kick the beat.
Dragon Ball. A bunch of characters. It's Journey to the West fan fiction. It's the most popular Journey to the West fan fiction of them all. Perhaps more popular than Journey to the West in some cases. Definitely here in the States, that's for sure. Can you imagine if My Immortal was more beloved than Harry Potter? That's the world Dragon Ball lives in. Probably the world that we live in too, when I think about it. I'm gonna give this show my Don't Support J.K. Rowling out of 10 award. Oh, we just crushed that Dragon Ball one. Did I summarize it? Everyone knows what Journey to the West is. There's no need to summarize it. I didn't disappoint Dio.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z is a superhero show about characters from Journey to the West. This is like if the fanfic artist then went into high school and got edgy, and now everybody's dying all the time and fighting and getting swole. It's like the writer of this fell in with a very athletic crowd. No, I guess there was that case in what the hell am I talking about? This is another one that's just gone. I push the ship out, just give it a little breath, and immediately it's into the Charybdis. We're sinking down to swim with the fishes. I dropped this. I'm sure I've seen all this show, but I tried to rewatch it recently and I got bored. Sorry, Dragon Ball Z. I give it my I am ambivalent to this show out of 10 award. Oh man, I had to scroll on my list of bookmarked pages. That's how deep we are into this. Durarara. I'm going to give this an award right off the bat, and that award is not deserved of those 2 exclamation points out of 10 award. Not a bad show though. However, I have tried to watch this show maybe 3 or 4 times and stopped at the same place every time. I don't know what that says about it. Dude moves into a part of Tokyo where weird shit happens all the time. There's Irish folklore, doing Uber Eats deliveries for people. There's a guy who just like he's on loan from Dragon Ball and can just throw people around, and it's all kinds of weird adventures that these strange people get into. It's about how all these disparate stories clash into each other, just like Bacano, because it's written by the same guy as Bacano. The same Bacano man. Excellent. Oh, jeez. We're in the F's now. We got to skip E because I haven't watched any anime with E in it, apparently. Or Eureka 7, but it's not listed as an E show on MyAnimeList. It's got some other word in front of it. Oh, I lost my place. Where are we? Oh, we're losing time. Okay. Fairy Tail.
Let's kick the beat.
Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail looks and acts like it wants to be One Piece. That's as much as possible. There are 2 good arcs in this show, and there's several thousand episodes. There's only like 200. But there's some arcs early on where this show is about wizards, but not your lame My Immortal wizards always worrying about their hair. They've got anime hair. They don't worry about their appearance. These are wizards who just punch the shit out of everything. My magic is fists. That's the award I give this show. Fist magic out of 10. Is it good? No. That's my evaluative claim. Is it good? No. That's not fair. Fairy Tail's okay. Well.
Let's kick the beat.
This is the most important anime to me. I don't really have favorites when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know if I could call Fooly Cooly my favorite. I have in the past, but I'm a complicated man now who can't eat bread as much as he would like to, or cheese. The world has changed, and thus Fooly Cooly is not my favorite anime. Maybe it is. Depends on the week. But it is the most important one to me, artistically and emotionally. I guess that's my evaluative claim. It's a boy gets hit in the head with a guitar and stuff comes out of it. It's a metaphor. It's a puberty metaphor. So much of what's on this list is a puberty metaphor, so get ready for it. That's a... All I did was gush about Fooly Cooly. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Flip flappers. Someone once asked me to describe why I liked flip flappers, and I couldn't answer. And then I asked, "Did you like it?" And they were like, "Yes." And I don't have an answer either. Two girls go into a world. The plot is they're looking for this thing that can grant wishes inside of this dream world. That they have to flip flap to go into, and each dream world has like a slightly different art style. Like one's kind of a Mad Max like anime type world, and one is like a creepy horror world, and one is like winter but scary and emotional, and they bounce around, and it's a joy to look at. It's impossible to follow, or at least I found it to be, and nonetheless I quite enjoyed it. I give it my what happened out of 10 award. Well.
It's your turn.
No.
I've been waiting for this.
That's a lie. I have not been waiting for this. Oh God. I already know I failed the time limit on this one.
Let's kick the beat.
Freezing. I will never forgive this anime. Ever. While I was alone, on my own for the first, on my own, living apart from family for the first time in my life, in my senior year of college, away in California, I said one day, let's watch this anime called Freezing. What's the deal with that? boys and girls must team up to fight aliens, but mostly they just fight each other. It's super ecchi. Freezing is an ability that the boys have to freeze enemies in place, but it's the really, really bad version of Darling in the Franxx. That's what this show, there's so many things that think they can do boy-girl team-up, it's a puberty metaphor anime, and most of them are ass, and this is the asshole Freezing. And let me just say that I watched this show, I didn't like it, but I watched it all the way through just to see how bad it would get. And then I told people that I watched it. I told my dear close friends that I watched this anime. And they said, why, Kevin? Why did you watch this bad anime? And I was like, I just wanted to see it through because it shocked me that much. And they have never let me live it down. Every time, no matter what, we could be having a Thanksgiving dinner, we could be having a funeral. Someone will bring up, hey, Kevin, how about that Freezing, huh? Ain't that your favorite anime? And I have to just sit there and take it. And I will never forgive Freezing for that. Never. It gets my Why Damn You award out of 10. Woo! Okay, so this is moving a lot faster now that we're doing this candid to the camera style. I'm gonna take a quick water break, I think. We'll stay on the camera here. Let's get off of Freezing though. No one needs to say that. I am proud that Freezing has below a 7 on my anime list. That's my metric for will something be bad. Wow, that was deep. I don't know about deep. I mean it boiled over like a volcano within my soul, and now the lava has settled onto a new me. I can move on from Freezing. I had my moment. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's keep going. I don't know how many anime deep we are into this, but we've got a long way to go. I'm thinking we can do this in about 3 hours though. Let's see. Gakkou no Kaiden.
Let's kick the beat.
You may know this better as Ghost Stories. Yes, it's that one. The plot of this anime is some kids form the Midnight Society, or whatever that show was that my generation is nostalgic for, but I never saw. I didn't know it existed. It's Goosebumps. This is Goosebumps, and there's a lot of stories about what you may know this anime. Let me backtrack. You may know this anime as the officially licensed abridged series. For whatever reason, the team that got to dub this were allowed or sought out permission to just go hog wild. The popular story is that this show did so bad in Japan that the licensors were like, whatever, be free. And people just went nuts with it. But it's a lot more complicated than that. You can watch the Japanese dub if you want to have yourself some goosebumps, or you can watch the English dub, which is funny and very offensive. It's dated for sure. I'm gonna give it it's more complicated than you think, Ghost Stories award out of 10. Gakuen Handsome. It's a high school harem. It's a high school boy love harem series. The notable thing of which you can plainly see there. They're very handsome. They're very, very handsome. The animation, which is masterful, lends to the what would be a pretty boilerplate comedy, romance, boys, score one for the boys show, is elevated into a comedic masterwork by the very, very simple technique of making those boys as handsome as possible. And I would like to spend the rest of this just looking at them. I don't think I hit the timer, or this is the longest minute of my life. Time kind of flows away when you get lost in those chins. Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat.
I have to stop
Let's
it.
kick the beat.
Otherwise, the timer will go through. Okay. Gaku and Handsome. What a show. I give it my Let's Just Stare at These Boys' Chins award. One of life's simple joys is the boys. Okay, where am I? Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's kick the beat.
This is Gaku Sentoshi, Asterisk, the Asterisk War. My experience with this show was, boy, I don't like this. I'm going to recommend it to a friend who I thought would really like it. And my thing was, and I think I included that in my message. I was like, I don't really like this show, but I think you would. And then I don't think they liked it either. So it shows how good of a judge I am of character. Anime Fight School. I don't even know what the like the threat is that there's a necessity for Anime Fight School in this show. I think I finished it. I'm pretty sure there are other seasons, but I don't remember a lick of it. There's a harem. It's probably moderately ecchi, this show. I'm sure whatever you could want from this, you could just watch High School DxD. It's the High School DxD you get from Family Video instead of Blockbuster. That's my award out of 10. I say this as someone who hasn't watched High School DxD. I'm making a lot of assumptions.
Let's kick the beat.
Gangsta is unfinished. That's the thing you should know first about it. The anime, anyway. I think the manga went on a pretty significant hiatus, if not stopped altogether, because the mangaka got horribly ill or was in an accident or something. So something bad happened to them, so it's unfinished. There's the town where I'm going to give it my worst name for a town ever, Ergastalum, out of 10, where there are people who have this genetic defect due to drugs where they have superpowers but short lifespans, and there's usually something wrong with them, and it's a gang war between gangs where to decide the fate of these superpowered people, and the main characters are freelancers who help out all the different gangs and get embroiled in all kinds of stuff. Like I said, it's unfinished, so I don't know quite where it ends up going. Let's kick the beat. Next is, this is gonna be,
Let's kick the beat.
okay, Gate. People call this Japanese Self-Defense Force propaganda, and I don't know enough about that to say, but it certainly does point them in a positive light. I'm gonna give this my award for most author insertiest character without being an author insert, maybe ? Award out of 10. The guy is like a hopeless otaku, but also a super skilled military commander and like political engineer. The the Japanese self-defense, a gate opens to another world, and the Japanese self-defense force goes through because a bunch of dragons and shit came through, and they were like, oh shit, and they shot him, and then they go in, and they take the motherfucker over. They just destroy that kingdom. And I'm glad that I have the second season so that I can kind of elaborate.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Gate season 2. So they don't just take it over. What they do is they are trying to work together with this society that's like, you know, medieval times magic, Tolkien-esque stuff, but also with weird anime flourishes, like a priestess to a goddess who she's like, every now and again she's just like, man, I got a hankering for some murder, and goes around murdering people. She like, it's coded as like she gets in heat, and I know that's like a common thing where it's like, oh, I either need to kiss you or eat you, but that's that character, and she's a goth Lolita, which is very uncomfortable. And the main guy gets a harem because of course he does. It gets my Yikes award for propaganda and grossness out of 10. Let's go to something nicer.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Gekkan Shoujo no Zaki-kun. High school girl got a crush on a boy, and boy is a shogo. He's a shoujo manga artist. He writes an arts girly manga. Why couldn't I think of the word? And it's all the different characters come together to help him make the girly manga. It's this show's way more funny than I thought it would be. Going into it, I thought this is just going to be a silly slice of life nonsense. This is the good version of Comic Girls. Comic Girls was ass, and this is nice, and it's good. The comedy's all built around misunderstandings, like too late. Oh, I couldn't get into it. It gets my that Prince character was neat award out of 10. I should get some more music going. Since it doesn't want to play its full things, we'll just do this. There we go. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
All right, Gintama. Aliens show up in way back in a very specific era of Japan, the one where they took all the swords away. They're like, you've been chopping up too many, boys. No more chopping. And they took all the swords away. The aliens show up and like prime directive, big no-no, kick Japan and the rest of the world off into a sci-fi age. And the main characters run a odd jobs thing where they take odd jobs. It's an excuse to get them to go and do comedy antics in this world. It's highly referential of other manga and anime, especially Shonen Jump, because it was that's where it originally came from. The Shonen Jump manga. I enjoyed it enough. I didn't finish it. I got like only a little ways in. I give it a solid laugh out of 10. Oh, I'm losing my mind. I'm like, where are my tabs to get these images? Oh boy.
Let's kick the beat.
It's Gleipnir, which I assumed wrongly was just a vaguely German sounding word that Japanese came up with because the titles are sometimes like that. But no, Gleipnir, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, is a chain that bound a big dog who is gonna go and eat Odin during Ragnarok. So it's a metaphor about so boy wakes up, high school boy wakes up, oh my gosh, I can turn into a Five Nights at Freddy's mascot, and girl's like, I want to kill my sister because she killed my parents, and there are these coins that you put in a vending machine, but you don't get a drink, you get a boy. Boy comes out of the vending machine and will like give you superpowers or something, so people are getting coins and getting superpowers, and they're trying to like figure out what the fuck is going on, and this gets my award for Vor. It gets a Vor out of 10 because it's Darling in the Franxx, but Vor. Girl unzips the mascot costume and goes inside the boy, and they make it very sexual, and she's a high school freshman, which is why I dropped this show once that happened. It gross. Do. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Goblin Slayer. No fair share of what? There's a lot of controversy. That's what I was trying to say. There's a lot of controversy about this one. Dude only kills goblins. Like, it's a very D&D inspired world, and he's like, nah, fuck them dragons. I only go for goblins because goblins can cause a lot of problems. It's a metaphor, because sometimes the smallest problems in our lives are the biggest ones. That's not actually what the show is about. Maybe, I don't remember. There is a lot of exploitation in this one, which will swing you one way or the other, depending on how much of a tolerance you have for that and how much you think it supports the message of the work. I need to give it a second look to really give a stronger stance on it. I think apart from that, the show is pretty good. It gets my, wow, I didn't need to see that. This is why you don't roleplay sex scenes in D&D out of 10 award. Vene says, my donation is based off of Kevin's opinions on Konosuba. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you that Konosuba is not on this list. I am so sorry. I haven't watched more than one episode of Konosuba, so it didn't make the list. I did see the movie. We watched the movie. But I'm not doing movies on this list. I struck them to save myself some sanity. So I'm going to give Konosuba I should give it an award. I got to think of a good one. I give Goblin Slayer a metaphor out of negative. Fair enough. Wow, we're through the G's. I'm going to give I'm going to give Konosuba my award for faithfully recreating what it is to be a DM when all of your players are shitheads. It gets that award. Crap, I missed freezing. Oh, I'm so sorry. A lot came out. A lot. It was a moment, freezing. I'm sorry you missed it. Okay, so hi, Q.
Let's kick the beat.
Boys playing volleyball. That's it. It's boys playing volleyball. One main character, he's short, and that makes it difficult for him society-wise to spike. And one dude is like, I'm the best guy ever, but I have to set. I don't get to be the star. I get to be the support, the pillar that everyone is built around. And I like this show because I like volleyball. Other people like it because boys. And that is a valid reason for liking a show. I watched about 20-ish episodes of this and fell asleep through a good couple of them. But there was one part where a girl held up a sign that said fly, and I cry. I cried all of the tears. I don't know why, but it really hit me that moment. So I give this a fly my tears away out of 10 award. Wow, that was I hesitate to call any of these reviews good, but dare I say that was marginally decent. I had to use an adverb there. That's that's the low bar we've set for ourselves. Oh no, I jumped ahead one. I was betting with myself whether I would do that. Okay.
Let's kick the beat. Let's kick the beat.
Okay, Hakata Tonkotsu Ramens. A bunch of assassins are in a city and they have a baseball team, which sounds like it would be called Hakata Tonkotsu Ramens, which you think would be really cool, but it's really average. One character dresses as I think they wear a wig, or is that just their hair? One character dresses up as a woman for some reason that I remember at the time. I was like, oh, that's cool. Isn't this a progressive anime? But I think I may have been giving it too much credit. Didn't finish it. And can't recall much more than the really eye-catching premise of they are a bunch of assassins and they have a baseball team. And like, if you're one of those people who okay, here's my award. It gets my Tumblr award for characters with very specific jobs, because that's a thing people love on Tumblr, is a show that has a lot of people who have very specialized jobs. I'm sure we can examine that further, but I don't want to waste more time than I already am on this meh anime. I'm sending the ramen back. Sorry, chef.
Let's kick the beat.
All right, the devil's a part-timer. Satan and his best bro come over from a fantasy world and have to get a job at McDonald's. There's one episode that I felt was a lot like The Office, and that was the episode I really liked. Also, the RPG video game heroine who is gonna kill the evil bad guy comes over to the real world as well, and they just kind of have to learn to live together or something. Not much to say about this one apart from it made me lol once or twice. I lolled. I'll admit it. Lols were had. But honestly, after so many years, the two things that I really remember about this show was, boy, I wish there was more of it for some reason. I don't know why now. And Dan had a banner of it. And that's, I don't know, if the most memorable thing about you now is that I remember that someone had a banner of you, maybe it means it's not actually good and I just don't remember. I give it my nice banner award out of 10.
Autocorrect broke my joke. I was trying to say I give Goblin Slayer a metaphor out of Meta 5.
Oh, autocorrect. Come on. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation. Autocorrect ruined that joke. Well, we've heard it now, and I am laughing internally. I will give you one lol. Haha. Now it's external. Mwah. I still have that one going. Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Cells at work. It's animeizing. It's like an evil doctor in a lab instead of a shrink ray, he made an anime ray and he shot it at your body, and now your body is anime. That's the show. Mostly it revolves around white blood cells killing, invading bacteria and stuff. And honestly, that's the worst part of it. Like that part's whatever. There's this very confusing episode where it kind of like humanizes cancer cells, and I was like, that's kind of weirdly compelling, but also maybe a bit yikes. I don't know. I gotta think about that one more. But I liked the parts where they were just cells at work and not cells at war. So I give it my work harder please award out of 10. Now they already worked quite hard. I didn't finish that show. There was like 2 episodes left, and they were like, this is the big Fight Men episodes. And I was like, I don't like the Fight Men episodes. I like the I have to make a delivery, but the I don't know where I'm going episodes. Which is all of them. Whoops.
Let's kick the beat.
Italia, Axis powers. What if... This is if the evil scientist with an anime ray turned it up to 11. And he shot it at a satellite which reflected the beam on the whole world, and now countries are anime. They're anthropomorphized countries as anime people. During World War I, II? One of them. I watched all of this in a haze one day after discovering it, knew nothing about it. My brother was there, and we watched every single episode in one sitting, and it's just this vaguely horrible accented haze. I give it 1 pasta out of 10. Killed it. Thanks to you. Okay. Oh, my feet hurt. I've been standing so much. Can't sit down. Can't sit.
Let's kick the beat. Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Higashi no Eden. Eden of the East. Starts off really compelling and then is about money. Okay, so it's kind of like a Jason Bourne movie. Like a guy doesn't remember part of his past, but he wakes up with a cell phone that gives him something, money powers. He can do something with money. It involves money. He has to kill, there's like 13 cell phones, and he has to kill or take the cell phones from the other people to win the game. And whoever wins gets to save a bunch of NEETs or something who were like holed up in a warehouse. They just made that warehouse neat and tidy, and they put them in there. At the time, I was like, this is dumb and ends stupidly, but now I know that it's about money and stuff and economics, and I might enjoy it more now. So I'm gonna give it a rewatch out of 10 award. I hand those out a lot when I think about it. When I really sit down and think about it. I say I'm gonna rewatch this stuff a lot, but will I?
Let's kick the beat.
High School of the Dead is what it says on the tin. It's the high schoolers and their zombies. The core appeal of this one is it's grotesque and there's lots of boobage. I honestly can't remember anything else noteworthy about it than that. But I mean, if that's what you're in for, it's pretty well animated. Boy, I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss with this one. First episode of High School of the Dead was dope, and then giant bonkers for the next one. Next 11. First episode was dope, and then giant bonkers. I think we know our award. It's the Giant Bonkers Award out of 11. It missed the 1. It could have gotten 12, but apparently it missed that 1. Oh, High School of the Dead. Cool theme song. I really liked the theme song.
Let's kick the beat.
Hunter 2011. Not seen the previous one. This is hugely popular. That's the number 3 ranked one on MyAnimeList. How about that? Gon, green shorts boy, terrible shorts boy. His shorts are terrible. He's not terrible. Maybe he is looking for his dad, who left him as a kid to go and be a hunter. And a hunter is a extra. They're not a they have a lot of authority to do whatever the hell they want. They can like kill and murder anybody, but they're also maybe police. It's weirdly explained. They're given a lot of authority to do whatever the fuck they want, And everyone else is, in my mind, I was like, hey kid, your dad probably doesn't love you, but maybe he does, and he's just treating you really badly. But I don't know if that's what actually, God, I didn't go anywhere with that one. I didn't do Hunter. I rewatched a huge portion of Hunter x Hunter recently, and I just rambled like crazy. That was unacceptable. Sorry, Hunter x Hunter. You get my Kevin did a terrible job out of 10. I mean, every single review here should get that award.
Let's kick the beat.
Id Invaded. Haven't seen the end of this one. I was waiting for the final episode, and then the Rona happened, so they didn't dub it. Maybe they have now. Kind of like it's a really complicated Inception. So if you thought Inception was complicated, this is a bit more. Criminals, I guess it's kind of like Psychopaths too. Criminals are put into this machine that can go into the dreamscape of killers, like specifically certain types of killers, and go in there and look at weird stuff that's going on to try and solve a murder that happened. And then it starts to evolve into being like, how does one become a killer, and getting into like the humanity of all the different characters. This is a really, it's a really tough one to sink your teeth into. So I'm gonna give it was that you roasted this turkey too long or too little out of 10. Either way, tough bite. I do want to see the end of it. I'd probably have to rewatch everything though for it to have any impact at this point, because it was like several months ago that I watched that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I've been waiting for this.
I've been waiting for
Let's
this.
hit the beat.
Ino to Hasami wa Sukayo. Dog and Scissors. This, I'm giving the award up front. This gets my award for the stupidest concept for a story ever. So a guy really loves books. Just loves them to a cartoonishly comical degree. And then he dies. I'm assuming books fall on him. I don't know. I think he gets hit by a car or something. And then he reincarnates as the dog of his favorite author, who is like a weirdo yandere girl. And then antics ensue, I assume. I got like 2 or 3 episodes in, and it's all a big stupid fog. I really don't have anything more to say about this one than like, what, who, why, what, who, and why. No, boom, boom. We have made it to the JoJo section, which is the JoJo section because that's the only J animes I have watched. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There are 2 parts to this one. The first is in the late 1800s, mid to late 1800s, where a rich boy and his dad adopt a guy, and it turns out that he wants a lot of power, and he takes a mask and becomes a vampire. And our boy JoJo has to put a stop to him for murdering his dad and his dog. And he does, with punches, with sun power. He uses Sunny D punches taught to him by a sandwich-loving Italian man. And then part 2 is the dude's, is JoJo's ancestor, is his descendant JoJo, who has to go and stop vampires even more. The bigger, badder vampires who came from a tree. I think. Not doing JoJo justice, but that's okay. Not doing any show justice here.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Part 3. So it turns out Sunny D punches are lame. Everybody's using ghosts now. You have ghosts made of your spirit power. It's the Persona ripped this off like a band-aid. And so Big Bad Vampire Man from part 1 is back. And he's even more badder because not only is he a vampire, but he's also a ghost mancer. These ghosts are called stands because they stand next to you. Isn't that clever? It's more clever in Japanese, maybe. Maybe not. They have to go to Egypt, and along the way, our new Jotaro gets up with Jojo from the last one, and they go to Egypt. It's a big old 80s movie road trip where they punch the shit out of a bunch of bad guys, and it's hilarious. I'd never know whether I'm supposed to laugh or take it seriously, and honestly, this is the one series that can really pull that off. JoJo's is bizarre is indeed the correct moniker. And we will now go on to part 4.
Let's kick the beat.
You know, that road trip really weared me out. I would just like to sit around in one place now, please. Well, that's good because we'll bring the stands to you. Our new JoJo, Josuke, can heal anything except himself. It's a metaphor. Well, it would be if the writing was a little bit stronger, but I still love it anyway. So now they have to discreetly punch the shit out of some murderers in a town who want to make more stand users for everyone to enjoy. But we can't let everyone have this power because they might go around and chop women's hands off and carry them around lovingly. That's the thing that happens, and we gotta put a stop to it. Also, there's just regular ghosts in this one. There's just a regular ghost, which caught me very much by surprise, and I said, no, that's not okay, which doesn't really make sense because this is a weirdo fantasy world where anything can happen. Right? Thomas is going to be watching I'm dead. I will post stream around trying to get more traction. Thanks, Thomas. Much appreciated. Part 5. I haven't been given JoJo any awards. Oh man, I'll have to retroactively give it an award.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Okay, JoJo's part 5. They cheat this time. They cheat. His name isn't Joe, it's Gio. He's Giorno Giovanna, son of the Vampire Man Dio himself. Except that never comes up and is really unsatisfying. I was really looking for an explanation for that. Well, not an explanation, but I was looking for that to be explored more, and it's either very subtle or wasn't done well enough. Sorry to disappoint you. But this time, Giorno wants to be a gang star. He wants to lead the gangs because people have been giving drugs to children, and that's not cool. He tries to put a stop to that. Why? Or, I mean, not why, but how? You guessed it, by punching the shit out of a bunch of people on a road trip. That's the JoJo formula, and I don't. Part 3's just the better version of that, but this one's got more boys. They were men in part 3, but this time they're boys. So this gets what award do I give JoJo's? I give it my. Wait, are you serious? What? Huh? Now what? I love it. Award out of 10. We're out of the JoJo's. Oh no, I was behind somehow. I didn't split one. Oh well, whatever. Okay. Watched 2 episodes and dropped it. And honestly, because of that, I don't know if I can say anything noteworthy about this, apart from the theme song looked cool, and then the show wasn't. Sam Riegel voiced one of the main characters in the English dub, and I was like, I haven't heard him in a dub in a long time. This was in this dub. When did this dub come out? Like mid 2010s, probably. Oh, this show's not good. They're like, what the heck is it? Some people are kings, and the kings have superpowers, and some kings try to stop the bad kings. And antics ensue from there. I don't know. I should have taken this one off the list, to be honest. This one gets my, I wish Sam Riegel was in more anime, but he's playing D&D award out of 10. Keijo.
Let's kick the beat.
Keijo. I almost made a video about this back in 2016 when I cared about anime. I actually tried to be an Annie-tuber at that time. That didn't work out. Don't do it. Don't do what I'm doing right now. So there's a new sport, and it's knock the person. You're on a platform, and you have to knock the person into the pool that the platform is on. But you can only use your boobs and butts. And it's styled as like a shonen fighter type thing where everybody has these crazy abilities. Like one girl has like her butt turns into a wolf that can bite, and she gets like dragged around by her wolf butt to bite. And honestly, I found that the weird spectacle of this wore out pretty fast, and it became indistinguishable from like DBZ. Like, in terms of like, at first you think, oh wow, that sounds like a pretty crazy premise. And I don't know, it wore itself out. I give it it's just DBZ but butts out of 10. Dun 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 dun. Oh man, we might be getting to the halfway point. I hope we're past it. My feet hurt. My feet hurt. What? How does this show have such a low rating?
Let's kick the beat.
All right, I'm gonna give this show my award right up the front. Go watch this right now. Go do it. Go watch Kekai Sensen, also known as Blood Blockade Battlefront, right now. A portal opens up in New York to this other dimension where there are all kinds of weird, crazy monsters and stuff, and it sections off New York so no one can go in or out, but sometimes they can. Sometimes people get lucky and get through, I think. Maybe it's just really dangerous too. I don't quite remember. I'm doing terrible. This is so good. Watch it. And a boy has so many people are boys in this live stream. The boy has a power to like see. He's got the eyes of the gods, and he can see these vampires and other stuff who are really dangerous. And he joins up with a group that is trying to keep order between all the crazy stuff in New York and the humans, trying to keep that balance, make sure things don't blow up. But stuff blows up all the time. We get to keep talking about this because there's a second season. Where are we? Okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Kekai Sensen and Beyond. Blood Blockade Battlefront and Beyond. B3B. So this season gets more into the individual sort of side characters that are a part of the group that are trying to keep order in this city, goes into sort of their backstories. So it's a more personal version. It's a more personal season in a lot of ways than the first was, whereas the first was mostly tied around the main character and this other guy named Klaus, and those episodes were basically just, look how fucking cool Klaus is. Isn't he a cool OC I came up with? Guys, please upvote. I like Klaus. I don't know why I'm being so mean to him. But more wacky antics happen, and this series really rides between like comedy and like sort of almost like a black comedy and a drama really well. I give it my Bump of Chicken award for Bump of Chicken. Bum.
Let's kick the beat.
Kill la Kill. It's a girl has to find out who killed her dad by finding the other half of a big scissors that she has. And she goes to anime fight school where she suspects the people who killed him are there. That everyone has really cool outfits that give them superpowers. And the show is about clothing to some degree. It works clothing into the metaphor of puberty. I'm sure it's a puberty metaphor. At the time, I thought it was really great. The animation is very unique. It's from Studio Trigger, so if you've seen any of their other stuff, you will, and liked it, you'll probably like this.
タイムリミットだ
It's I give it my one step down from Gurren Lagann award. Wait a minute, I went through the G's and I didn't do. Oh wait, it's Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. I was like, that should be on the list somewhere. Kill. Also from Studio Trigger,
Let's kick the beat. Let's kick the beat.
Kiznaiver. 7 people are connected through these scars on their arms, like a corporation or some sort of government agency connects these 7 kids through these scars, and if one of them feels pain, then all of them feel pain. And it starts off as a really unique idea, but as it goes on, you see that, at least I didn't think that it explored this idea well enough. There's one character who, as far as I can remember, is just like a joke. Like he's whichever one is the one that enjoys pain, sadist, masochist, whichever one it is that enjoys pain. And that character is just kind of a joke. And it's like, well, okay, I guess, for this premise, that's cool. It's really cheesy.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
But every now and again, cheese is good. I'm gonna give it's a cheeseburger award out of 10. Konjiki, no gash bell, Zatch bell. Hey, you wanna, do you want a little boy that you can go and fight with? It's Pokemon, but little kids. They're all little kids, and they fight each other. And you have to read the manual to get the kids to fight very well. And if you don't, then they'll lose. And I forget what happens when they lose. I forget why they're fighting. Hopefully not for money. I don't want to watch this kid blood sport. This show was on 4Kids, I think. And I think they did a funny dub of it. The person who voiced Izzy from Digimon is Zatch Bell, I think. And that actress is very good, and you should watch it for that reason.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
They don't even go to space, referring to Kiznaiver. Is it even a Trigger anime if they don't go to space? It's a Michael Bay movie without an explosion. Can't be done.
Let's kick the beat.
Oh, Korewa zombie desu ka? Is this a zombie? Okay, so if you've ever seen a anime where it's like a harem thing built around some premise like ooh ooh I'm a vampire lol, RARXD, this is every one of those. They took every one of those and smashed them into each other, and you think it would just be this awful hodgepodge, but it's okay. It's all right for that kind of thing. I still don't like it, because most of the characters are like freshmen in high school. It's a very ecchi show, but it's all of those smashed into one. The main guy is a zombie, but he is also a magical girl with a chainsaw, and have you ever played Super Fight? It's a game where you take cards and smash them together, like robot and tax accountant. You smash them together and you're like, my robot tax accountant would kick your monkey samurai's butt. And then you argue. That's this show, but with a lot more boobage. I give it it was kind of funny sometimes award out of 10. Oh no. Oh no. There's a second season. There's a second season, and apparently I watched it. Well, what separates this from the first season, you may ask? And the answer is, apparently I gave this one a higher rating. So either it was funnier or something good story-wise happened. What are those things? I don't know, and I don't recommend this show, so I'm never gonna find out. I am getting choked up. I've been talking way too long. And it's so stuffy in here. I think I think after this one, I'm seeing we've got a lot of Ks still to go. I think after this one, we're gonna take a break. So I should give this my award. What is my award for? Is this Zombie of the Dead? I give this my. You can't just slap a Romero film at the end of your title and call it a day award.
タイムリミットだ
Ooh, time limit da. Okay, I will do that. I'll split there. We're gonna take 5. I'm gonna put this to the away screen. And I'm gonna see if I can keep this this regular music, this chill music we got going on here. Gonna take 5, get myself some water, cool off for a moment, and then we'll continue. All right. Dun da da dun 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 dun. Let's turn that music down, and let's put these chill vibes we've been vibing to on here. There we go. Okay. Be back in 5. boy. Oh boy, we're back. We're seated now. I'm not supposed to sit for too long. I got butt problems. I got back problems. Can't be doing it. But we're going to do it now. Because my feet are killing. They're out there murdering. And where did we leave off? We left off at what the can't see. Blah 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 blah. Okay. All right, let's do this.
It's your turn.
Oh no, I can't hit that one. I keep forgetting. If I do, then I make that too big. There we go. Very nice.
Let's kick the beat.
This is Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I dropped this one. What? How could you drop Ghost in the Shell, you might ask, if you had some strong love for Ghost in the Shell? And I say to you, it's a more police procedurally Ghost in the Shell than the Ghost in the Shell movie, which I'm not reviewing here, unfortunately. I only got a couple episodes into this one before I dropped it, so I really can't say any of that. Why did I include these ones that I dropped on here? I believed my improv skills would carry me, but there is one thing that is certain of this stream is that those skills do not carry. They flop. They fall into a pond where they will sit idle and not come up with anything funny. See, maybe you were expecting something out of that pond reference, but it's just a lame duck. I guess that kind of works. I'll give this my I guess it kind of works award out of 10. Because oh man, let's go to a show I sort of know something about. Woohoo!
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. It's Eureka 7. They call her Aureka in the English dub because they wanted to stay close, and then a couple of times the actors slip up and say Eureka. Whoops. Maybe it was one way at one point, and then they did it all again. I don't know. So this is a mech anime, but this ain't your granddad's mech anime. We ain't here piloting giant robots. We're out here piloting giant robots that surfboard on invisible airwaves, and it's awesome. It says on the back of the box that it's the greatest romance anime of all time. And I'm gonna need citation needed on that one. But when I watched this in college for the first time, after thinking I hallucinated it in grade school on staying up too late, I'm gonna move on. It gets my I didn't say enough actually interesting about it out of 10 award.
Let's kick the beat.
Kirk on a basket. Move over, LeBron James, Scottie Pippen, Stephen Curry, Stephen. None of y'all got shit on Kuriko. Dude wants to be the best basketball player. Not by being the best basketball player, but by only passing. He will pass. He will be the best passer that there is. Everybody has a shonen fighter basketball superpower, and I love it. It's actually really compelling the first time you watch, and it falls off quite a bit the second time. But the first time you watch it and you don't know how the games will end, then there is a lot of drama, because it's not like, oh, someone's gonna die in this boy fighting show about basketball, but like whether or not they win or lose and what the characters take away from that is a big part of the series. Time limit. I give it my NBA basketball Winner's Choice Awards out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Kirk on a Basket Season 2. After a big ol' loss, I guess I spoiled that. After a big ol' loss in Season 1, the gang's back together to take on the really tall boy and the other ones. And it turns out that one of the characters who is from America has a buddy who is also from America, and they've got a friendship necklace. And their friendship necklace means that they have to play each other in basketball, and they have to shoot a hoop. And I wish there was a visual for the hoop being the ring and the ball going through it. That would have been funny. I don't know. It's quite nice. There are not enough female characters in the show of note, though the coach for the boys' team is literally Chie from Persona, and you get my literally Chie from Persona award out of 10. She's not literally Chie, just kidding. The biggest tournament of them all is happening, and they have to go up against all of the boys they fought before and prove that it wasn't a fluke and beat them again, I think. Or maybe the other teams just... Anyway, there's a guy who can shoot. He will hit the shot from anywhere on the court if he's given enough time. Full court, nothing. Doesn't matter. One guy can copy your special basketball power and use it for himself. Even one that is just perceiving the basketball court better. And then there's a guy who can steal your ability through mental manipulation. Like there's no actual superpowers in this. It's just like peak physical human ability. Like that's the in-universe logic. He can just steal your ability so you can't use it anymore somehow through mind manipulation. And I give that a what? No out of 10. We're through the K's. We're into the M's. We're into the M's. And I have to say, this lighting is not flattering at all. I look like I wore 10 layers of makeup and it's all coming off. Let's fix this. I don't care if I lose time. I'm doing it. Oh. Lighting is the worst because it's an art and a science. And I am very bad. I'm only acceptable at art, and I'm not good at science. That's why I can't light very well. I guess I look like a sweaty mess regardless. Whatever. Look at you all going. Is there anything embarrassing? I just realized. I was like, is there anything embarrassing in the camera now that I've put it down? But no, you can't see that I'm in my pajama pants. So that's fine. Heck, I could be wearing no pants. You wouldn't even know. Let's see.
Let's kick the beat.
Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica. Puella Magi Madoka I don't know why the translation, what's the difference there. So people call this the subversion / satire of magical girl shows, but I think it's just kind of a really dark one. Magical girls have to fight witches, and the witches are visualized in this much more like, I want to say like abstract kind of art style where it almost looks like paper cutouts, maybe like the witches are in a different frame rate from the rest of the show, and that's really cool. And the witches are kind of this like unknowable force. I always thought that was animated super well. There's a twist that kind of like two big twists throughout the show that make it a lot. Basically, if you become a magical girl, I'll grant your wish, but contract. And if you break the contract, there's going to be consequences. I give this my Don't Trust the Cute Cat award out of 10. Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica. I didn't particularly like Madoka Magica. I should say that. Speaking of,
let's kick the beat.
more Penguin Drum. This is a show that'll make you go, do I like this? Do I know what's happening? Why am I here? Why was this made? So how do I even describe? Okay, the two siblings. There are 3 siblings. One's a girl. She's sick. She gonna die. So the brothers take her to the aquarium and get her a penguin hat. Turns out the penguin hat is an alien or was made by an alien or something, and is like, hey, I'll give you your sister back. It like possesses the sisters. Like, I'll give you your sister back if you find the penguin drum. And I don't know if anyone asks what the penguin drum is, or if anyone finds out what the penguin drum is. This anime is maybe the penguin drum was the friends we made along the way. But for Kevin, it was maybe the penguin drum is the confusion we made along the way, because I don't know what happened, and I dug it. I was like, what is going on? Who does this?
タイムリミットだ
I give it my who did this award out of 10. Really liked Penguin Drum. I want to watch it again. I suspect I will like it less.
Let's kick the beat.
Mare, my award is go watch this. Go watch Mare. Or Mar, whatever it is. Boy gets isekai'd into a video game-esque world, and he finds a kendama / morning star named Babo, who has a mustache, and the evilest guy of them all has returned with a bunch of people called chess pieces who are going to try and steal magic items, and they want Babo. And the good guys are like, don't take my Babo, you bully. There is a guy with a pumpkin head who is perpetually chained to a cross, and he wears a cool cloak, and he has spikes on his pumpkin head, or maybe it's a tomato. It might actually be a tomato. And he's called Halloween, and he shoots fire, and that's all you need to know about this show. I give it my Ghost Halloween is awesome award out of 10.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
I did it, Dio. I did it. I actually finished one. I said all I could think to say.
Let's kick the beat.
Medaka box. Student council president has a suggestion box, and she goes to she said no holds barred will do whatever it is that's in there. Apparently I dropped this one a couple episodes in. I watched it to learn more about the Jump Stars video game when I played it on the channel here many millennia ago. And apparently it starts evolving into like people having superpowers and reality manipulation, but I didn't get there. So apparently I didn't get to the part where everyone's like, that's where Medaka Box comes alive. But it was a rote slice of life school show that I did not particularly care for. I give it my how the heck could they have superpowers from how this show started award out of 10. Woohoo!
無駄無駄無駄無駄
Do. Oh, yes.
I've been waiting for this.
I have been waiting for
Let's
this.
kick the beat.
Makaku City actors. People have strange powers connected to snakes or something, and the snakes did something in the past and bad shit This one is 1000% style over substance. It is, as I understand it, based off of a bunch of music, which may have had visuals along with it. I think it was all Vocaloid, which should tell you all you need to know about the plot, because if you've ever seen a Vocaloid song with a plot, it is incomprehensible, and this show is that times 1,000. What happened, I don't know, but the 2 first episodes are incredibly compelling, at least visually, if nothing else, where you're like, what the heck is happening? And it's like an intrigue. And by the end, you go, what the heck just happened?
タイムリミットだ
And you hate it. Makaku City actors sucks out of 10. That's my award.
Let's kick the
Mirai
beat.
Nikki, also known as the Future Diary. This, the best thing about this show is it gave everyone the textbook definition of a yandere. And beyond that, this show is incredibly overrated. It is not very good. The premise is that random people are given cell phones that can in some way predict the future. And each one is different. One is like shows crimes that the person will solve. One is the yandere person shows all of what her love interest is doing. And it's number 14 in terms of popularity. This show is not, it's so overhyped. Like this is the per chance the most overhyped anime award out of 10. Oh, get into some hot takes maybe?
Let's
I don't
kick
know.
the beat.
Mob Psycho takes the better than One Punch Man award out of 10. Mob is he's a regular kid. He's trying to figure himself out, and he's got super psychic powers, and everyone kind of prides themselves on their super psychic powers, but Mob just wants to be, man. He just wants to be. And his teacher is a like phony psychic scam artist. His name is Reagan. He's possibly the best part of the show because he is simultaneously a horrendous swindler and a great dude. Just a nice guy. This is a nice anime. There's a lot of fighting, but it's a nice anime. You should show this to someone you wanna cheer up. Be like, have some Mob. This is a home cooked meal out of 10. Mob Psycho. What a thing. I'm behind apparently. I didn't do a split on one of them. Whoops. It looks like I just nailed Mob Psycho in like 3 seconds. Just killed that review. How great.
Let's kick the beat.
Mondaiji Tachi ga Isekai Kara Kuru So Desio. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? If you've seen No Game No Life, this is a less ecchi No Game No Life, and it's also worse. Not for the lack of ecchi, that actually makes it better in this case, but it's 3 kids who are all like super smart, kind of troublesome problem children, it's in the name, are transported to a world that revolves around like winning games. Like winning games is how you get things done. And they have to win the biggest games of them all, and one does so by getting a giant robot from the moon named Dean. He doesn't say a word and is therefore the best character. I give it a Dean out of 10. He's the best character because all the other characters are annoying. That's what I was getting at.
Let's kick the beat.
Naruto. Naruto is the prequel to Boruto's dad, who is Naruto. He has a fox put inside him, and Fox is like, we've got a huge lineup of shows we got to get this year out. And then Naruto's like, what? But I'm only a boy. I cannot broadcast so many shows. So he becomes overcome with rage and destroys things. It's Harry Potter but ninjas is usually how people describe it. But it's maybe a bit more than that. Naruto wants to find himself by becoming the best ninja that there is, but he discovers that becoming the best ninja that there is means being a better person. Probably.
Time limit だ.
I give it a Boruto's burrito out of a Taco Bell. That's my award.
Let's kick the beat.
Naruto Shippuden. So you thought Naruto was shit poo, but then this show happened. It's the worst pun that I've ever come up with live on the air. So some time passes. Naruto's friend Sasuke wanted to get all of the power, and he'll go to no lengths to stop. He'll go and join up with the bad guy. And Naruto's like, I gotta go find my bud, cause he's something's not working here. So he goes and tries to do that, and it takes a bajillion episodes. And then I think he does, and then they fight like a moon alien or something, and then the secret to Naruto's power was his genealogy, his weird genealogy in the end or something, I assume. I haven't seen all of this. I stopped when they revived all of the bad guys, which is like the stockest plot ever. And then they said, fight all of the bad guys. Fight all of the bad guys. Out of 10. That's Naruto Shippuden.
Let's kick the beat.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. I didn't get it. I had to watch. I had to take a 3-week course to get this one, but it's a puberty metaphor. That's what all giant robot shows are. If they star children, it's a puberty metaphor. And this is the pubertiest metaphor of them all. And perhaps the only good one of that kind. Maybe Eureka 7 does it as well. But I don't know. Angels show up, the end of the world is coming. And big dudes called angels are showing up, and they're smashing up the third Tokyo. They smashed the first one, built another one that fell down. We got Tokyo 2. That one's gone. We got Tokyo 3 now. And there's not going to be a Tokyo 4 if Shinji doesn't save the world. Your mileage on this one is going to depend on whether you empathize with Shinji and the main character, you feel for him, or you want to kick the shit out of him. And it seems like people are kind of split in between. Dun da da da. That's that one. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay, ooh.
Let's kick the beat.
NHK ni yokoso. Welcome to the NHK. As far as I'm aware, this is the best show for addressing the topic of like how does a NEET it's the best show talking about NEETs, dare I say it. It's about a college dropout who has a lot of what would be the appropriate term? He's socially challenged, and is trying to move on with his life and get his life together, and you know, he meets with a girl who promises to help him, and it explores basically him trying to lead a healthier life. I've got nothing to say funny about this one out of 10. And you could argue I've had nothing to funny say about any of these thus far. But I'll try not to be so mean to myself.
Let's kick the beat.
Ninja Slayer from Animation. This is a YouTube poop. It's an extended YouTube poop. I love it. It's so stupid. So there's ninja are crazy superpowered people. It's the future. And one guy named Ninja Slayer is gonna slay them ninjas. Just carve them up. And it's animated. Sometimes it's animated beautifully. Sometimes it's stick puppets. It's motion graphics. Like this person made this in After Effects in 5 minutes, and I love it. For that reason, I'm giving it my Oh My Buddha award out of 10. Watch Ninja Slayer. I'll say this before the timer goes up. It's like Bobobo, and that I suspect most people won't like it, but I love it. Okay, Ninja Slayer from Animation.
Let's kick the beat.
Nisekoi. It's man, what is the plot of Nisekoi? What? Somebody's in a gang. One of our main characters is all the main characters are high schoolers, and one of them is in a gang, potentially both, and they're rival gangs. They're rival gangs, and they fall in love. Maybe they don't. They're tied together somehow. The main guy made a promise to somebody that he would love them forever. And they had like, he has a key, he has a lock. He's like a locket. Someone has a key, someone has a locket. And if he finds the person who can open it, then they will be loved. They will love forever. But who has it? More girls start showing up with more keys, and it gets confusing.
タイムリミットだ
I give it my Waifu Wars Central out of 10. Like, this is Waifu Wars Ground Zero out of 10.
Let's kick
No
the
game,
beat.
no life. A lot of people like this one. I sure don't. I'll say this, the games are really cool, and then they have a slave who they use around. They abuse the shit out of and manipulate, and I was for a joke. Like, it's played for comedy, and I don't like it. It wasn't very nice. Two kids are the best gamers ever. And they're brought to a world where that is built around games, and if they win all of the games, they get to become God, or they get to like play against God. Maybe the playing against God comes first. It's very ecchi. You may be seeing a trend here that, like, it's not that I hate ecchi shows. It's just when there are children involved, that's where I draw the line. Popularity number 10. Weebs, please. You can do so much better. I give this one a blank out of 10. We are out of the N's and in to the O's. One Piece.
Let's kick the beat.
One Piece. All right. Pirate wants to be the best pirate. You do that, but No Game, No Life is higher than One Piece? MyAnimeList. Where's your quality standard now? I got hung up on that. Monkey D. Luffy is gonna find the One Piece, which is a big ass treasure that a big ass pirate hid on a big ass hidden island somewhere. He's gonna go find it. He gets a crew together to go and find it. They all want to pursue their personal dreams. They join up together and overthrow the government in the process. But they're not like really into, that's just like a side effect of them adventuring. So they're like the cool overthrow the government types, because the government's really messed up. I love it. I love One Piece. The anime's pacing is ass. It is utter ass, especially as it goes on. That's why there's a million episodes.
タイムリミットだ
Its pacing is a war crime out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
One Punch Man. I give it my not as good as Mob Psycho award out of 10. It's the number 5 most like anime on here. A dude worked out really hard and became the best hero ever. He can defeat anybody with one punch, and most of the show is just, are they really going to take the premise this far? And the answer is always yes, as far as I can remember. This is one of those that you show to a friend. You're like, do you know anime? Here you go, and you hand them a One Punch Man, and then they'll get one punched, and the life that they once lived will have been over, and anime will occupy the void that is the giant storm that was in the sky before One Punch Man punched it away. That sounds like a glowing endorsement, but I think my metaphor just got away from me there. It sort of slipped away. So I apologize.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
Okie doke.
Let's kick the beat.
Orin High School Host Club. Girl looks like a boy and goes into a host club at a high school with boys, and they have some antics, and they kiss, fall in love. All these boys with this girl. And, I don't know. I'd have to watch it again, but at the time I was like, oh, this is a pretty, like, I don't know. Seemed like a lightly progressive show, at least as far as, in terms of, like, gender politics and stuff, as one could hope for from the early 2000s, I think. But I don't know if that's true. But it is a comedy anime that made me chuckle out loud, and that is kind of rare. Like, chuckle out loud when I'm watching it by myself, and that is rare. I don't usually do that. I get you my actual laugh out loud out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Oh no, I started the timer too early. I'll have to fix that. Where are we? Orange High School House Club.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. If Brian is in the chat, he will know that we almost made a video or two or a couple of Owari no Seraph, aka Seraph of the End Vampire Reign. Vampires take over the earth. JoJo wasn't around to stop them. And they are the two boys. One joins up with the vampires. One joins up with the vampire killers. And will they kill each other or save each other? That's the question that I'm sure will be answered in the seasons after the one I watched, which was pretty boring. Kind of sucked. It's not very good, and I don't recommend it. Unless you're really into ships where two people like kind of hate each other, but they also kind of love each other, then you'll probably get a lot of mileage out of this one. I give it my, the fanfics out of 10. Panty Pony Dash.
Let's kick the beat.
This was described to me as an anime outside of my wheelhouse that I might like, actually. They were wrong. I'm sorry to say. An 11-year-old is a high school teacher. And everyone's like, whoa, what? How are you really that smart? And then it's silly. What the heck what am I going to say about Panty Pony Dash? I dropped this in 2 episodes. I don't know. Watch it if you're lame and you want to be lame, or out of 10. Moving on. I have nothing to say about Panty Pony Dash. I don't even know what the Panty Pony is or why it's dashing. Who sent it on this race to nowhere?
Let's kick the beat.
Panty and stocking with garter belt. It is a supposed to evoke the American cartoons, and reminds me a lot of kind of the late 90s, early 2000s Cartoon Network stuff, but it is, it's pushed up to its most offensive extremes. It's sort of, I think like Powerpuff Girls is maybe the closest analogy you could have to this, except it's super offensive and pretty dang funny. Panty and Stocking, the eponymous characters, are angels who are put into purgatory, and they have to kill monsters to get coins to buy their way back in. Panty sleuts it up, and Stocking eats chocolate. And there's Garter Belt, who's a big stereotype. Out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
No, don't start the timer.
I've been waiting for this.
I know you've been waiting for this. It's Persona. What am I going to say about this? What am I going to say about Persona? Beat. Persona 4, the animation. The game's better. That's where we got to start. So this is an adaptation of the video game Persona 4 off the PS2. A high school student moves to a small rural Japanese town for a year, and there is a local legend that at midnight on a rainy night, if you look into a TV, you'll see your soulmate, but it turns out it's a message of someone who's about to be murdered. And murder relations happen, and a group of students band together to jump into the TVs and try and solve the mystery. It's very Twin Peaks-esque. It's very JoJo-esque. It's kind of, at least in my view, that seems to be a part of the chief inspiration for the Personas. You know I'm a huge Persona stan, but the game is better. The game is better. Out of 10. Let's go.
Let's kick the
Persona
beat.
4, the Golden animation. So Persona 4 Golden is a remaster with new additions that was on the PS Vita exclusively for a while, which made me very mad because I couldn't play it, because who owns a PS Vita? And the chief thing about this is they add a new character named Marie, and she ties into sort of what is actually going on in the town in a pretty big way, but also like in a not too committal way that it like overrides the other story. So you kind of have this like, if Persona 4 was a cake, Marie is like, you just dumped an extra layer of icing on it that is like kind of like in itself tasty, but it covers up the other stuff and mixes together. The flavors don't mesh. It was an addition that was not needed. Might be a tasty one, but it became too much, and I got food sick.
タイムリミットだ
I didn't even describe the anime. I didn't even describe the anime. Oh well, I got food sick. That's that out of 10. Ping pong the animation.
Let's kick the beat.
When people talk about the most underrated anime of all time, if you ain't fucking with Ping Pong the animation, then I'm not fucking with you. Ping Pong the animation is so fucking good. It on the surface, it's two kids who discover things about themselves while playing ping pong over the course of a couple of years. One kid is very outgoing and hyper and kind of a troublemaker, and the other is incredibly reserved, almost robotic. And as their career in ping pong grows, they discover more about themselves. And the animation at first, I thought it looked kind of ugly, but the usage of it, it's very free of. It's so different from the look of more traditional anime. It's kind of ugly and messy, but so beautiful in its execution. The hero has arrived. The hero is coming. The hero is coming. It gets a hero is coming out of 10. That's the thing. You know, what are you referring to there, Kevin? You'll have to watch the show so you can be on board.
Let's kick the beat.
Pokemon. Well, seeing as this is one of the most popular brands in the world, I'm pretty sure this is going to need a lot of explanation. So in a dystopian future, children are forced out of the home at a very young age to find themselves in the wild. They either tame monstrous creatures or they perish. But should they survive and befriend these creatures, they may just find what they were looking for along the way. We follow Ash, the eternal 10-year-old, cursed or perhaps blessed in an endless youth to explore the world of Pokemon. He has fun times, he has hard times, but his friends are always there with him, inside of his pocket.
タイムリミットだ
PETA has a lot to say out of 10. I was hoping I didn't have other seasons of Pokemon listed because I think I kind of shot my shot on Pokemon there.
Let's kick the beat.
Pup Team Epic. It's a comedy. It's based off of a 4-panel manga that is sweet nonsense. It parodies a lot of popular culture. And the joke is that the two girls look like that. They look like that, and I laughed. Kind of a novel. One kind of novel thing about this show is that the episodes I think are 11 minutes, but they show the episode twice with different voice actors playing the two girls. There's a different voice every single episode, and twice per episode. They have female sounding VAs first time, and then male sounding ones like traditionally sounding that. You know, I don't know if there's any non-binary voice actors who were in that show, but I feel like that they should be included. Prison School.
Let's kick the beat.
Prison school. Boys are thrown into a jail in a school for peeping on some girls, and they have to try and escape. That's about the extent of that one. And it's their various escape attempts. And I will say that, like, because it is a very sexual show. And normally this whole genre is one that drives me away, but I did see this show all the way through and have a laugh. I don't think it has a conclusive ending, if I recall. I think it's like a to be continued, because pretty sure it was based off a manga. Nonetheless, it was all right as that genre goes, and that's pretty high praise from me for that type of genre.
Let's kick the beat.
Psycho Pass. I didn't give Prison School an award. I want to make some joke with Jailbait. That seems appropriate for that one, but I don't want to go down that road. Psycho Pass. In the future, guns can read whether or not you're a criminal. We've developed an algorithm to determine whether or not someone will become a criminal. Like, they have the potential to become. They call them latent criminals in the future. And if they are, you shoot them. It's the story about an inspector and what's called an enforcer, who is a latent criminal who they allow to serve society by going out and shooting other criminals. And how they navigate this society. And I don't know, it's an authoritarian state, but I don't know if it's a left-wing or right-wing one. And if it is if it's a criticism of like a left-wing authoritarian state, that's kind of interesting. Best Anime Villain Award. Makishima. He's so good.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. I did that early, but that's because I don't want to have to talk about Punchline. Punchline, more like punch me out, coach, because I don't want to be awake for this one. But this is runner up for the stupidest premise I've ever heard. Some terrorists blow up stuff, and a guy dies, and he haunts this apartment where some girls live, and he has to try and solve their problems and the terrorist issue. But if he gets too aroused, then a meteor strikes the earth, and then it Groundhog Days back in time, I think. I'm going to spend the rest of this time, which is not much, pulling up more music for us to enjoy. I did not finish Punchline. I dropped it. It had a strong start too, because there was one of the characters is a superhero named Strange Juice, and she's like orange juice themed, and I thought that was cute.
Let's kick the beat.
ReZero. Speaking of Groundhog's Day, this is Groundhog's Day Crippling Depression edition. Mr. Subaru Natsuki gets isekai'd to a fantasy world, and he's like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna take this motherfucker over. And then he does a terrible job at it. Falls head over heels for a person who is a woman who is going to potentially ascend to the throne of the land, but she looks like a witch who everybody hates, so they kind of hate her, but he wants to get her to win the crown. And every time he dies, he starts back at a checkpoint, kind of like a video game. So he's basically got save states, but he can't set them himself. It always just happens, and it's his struggle to learn that love can also be poisonous. Love is not always the best thing out of 10. Oh, ReZero's so good. I need to see the second season. Love ReZero.
Let's kick the
Cromartie High School. If you know anything about this one, you know it's the one that Freddie Mercury appears in. Freddie Mercury shows up a lot in this one. A bunch of boys are at a boys' school are drawn like manly men, and they have absurd antics. There is a robot, probably. I watched a couple of episodes of this because I kept seeing it in anime opening quizzes, and I was like, what the hell is this? Cromartie High School, give it a pass. The spectacle quickly wears off out of 10. Freddie Mercury says, nah. So I was like, wait, Cromartie High School starts with a C. How did I get here? Samurai, we're on the S's now. S is a big section.
Let's kick
Samurai Champloo. It's made by the same director who made Cowboy Bebop, and it shows. It's got a very similar conception, music style married to an aesthetic / genre style. This time, instead of Wild West space, blues, jazz, it is hip hop, and I don't know if you would call it feudal Japan, but the age of the samurai. And it's little one-off adventures that explore the different aspects of our characters as they go to look for the samurai who smells of sunflowers. So it's got a bit more direction than Cowboy Bebop. And at first, I really liked Samurai Champloo more for that aspect. But now I see that I think Cowboy Bebop is the much stronger one. And I feel like Samurai Champloo is just sort of in this weird spot where you can only really talk about it by talking about Cowboy Bebop as well. It's the sibling who wants their own clothes, please, Dad, not hand-me-downs, out of 10.
Let's kick
Samurai Flamenco is, I want to describe this as like, if Marvel Studios, like the Marvel Studios of today, made Kick-Ass, that's what Samurai Flamenco would be. I dropped it about 5 episodes in because I was falling asleep all the time. But apparently it gets really out there after that. So I'm going to give that my should have done that earlier snore out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Seishun the Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. From what I understand, this is just a lesser Bakemonogatari, or just a lesser Monogatari series, where weird stuff is happening to girls, and a guy is going to help them through it, and maybe find love along the way. What I really liked is that early on they establish a nice comedic dynamic between the two leads, the guy and the bunny girl senpai, as their relationship develops. Like, they actually get into a relationship. I'm so tired of seeing love stories where the end goal is now we're in a relationship. It was cool to see it. Like, I don't usually see this in anime where they actually get together and like work on their relationship as they go. Thought that was really cool. The best part about it is that dynamic. It drops off hard after the first 3 episodes. I'm not dreaming of Bunny Girl Senpai out of 10. Senko no Night Raid. It's an alternate 1930s. 1930s. This is a secret government agency who all have these sort of limited superpowers, who use them to go on James Bond-esque missions. I don't remember what the through line is. The one thing that really stuck with me is that it started off super strong and is super enticing. They do this like hostage recovery operation using all their powers. Like, one guy is that he's Tracer. Like, I'm already Tracer for like a couple of minutes. One guy can like teleport a little bit. Somebody else has radar if she smells flowers. Like all the powers are really unique. But then there's a huge ass cop out at the end of the series that made me go, oh, that's a huge plot hole out of 10. I would still recommend that show. but I don't know.
Let's kick the beat.
Boy, you're not gonna hear. You're only gonna hear biased takes on this one. Attack on Titan. I'm sure everyone watching knows what it is, but in a vaguely Germanic world, humanity is trapped behind these giant walls. Outside of them are giants called Titans. They eat people, and the story is the humanity trying to fight back and take back their land. But twist, the main boy is a Titan too. He can transform into them. And then you realize, oh man, it's a giant robot show. Except the robots are meat. We are the giant robots. At long last, we have ascended. Spider-Man versus the meat mechs.
タイムリミットだ
Out of 10. I have to keep talking about Shingeki no Kyojin.
Let's kick the beat.
Season 2, even more Titans. So there's a big ol' conspiracy, as it is revealed that there is a traitor in the midst of the humanity, and we gotta find out who there's a big ass Titan. He's humongous, and he's really hot. Not like attractive, he's just like really hot. Like you touch him and it's like, ouch, that's a hot Titan. Hot off the griddle, and we gotta go stop him and his buddy, the Don't Touch Me Titan, because he's really armored. And they busted through the wall and ruined our main character's life back at the start of the series. So now it's time for some sweet vengeance. Some people don't like. I've heard this show called misery porn. I don't agree. It is very miserable though.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
But sometimes misery is cathartic.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's not kick the beat. I haven't pulled up the thing yet.
I've been waiting for this.
Have I? It's Attack on Titan Season 3. This one is...
Let's kick the beat.
This is where the veil is lifted to reveal more veils far off in the horizon. A lot of mysteries get solved from early in the series, which makes it take a very different direction. There's a big status quo shakeups. Lots of people die, and we want them to not be doing that anymore. It's very hard to talk about multiple seasons of a show you don't want to spoil. Let's see. I give it, Jean is the best boy out of 10. I like Jean. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh god. Welcome to the Shokugeki no Soma arc of this terrible live stream. Here we go.
Let's kick the beat.
Shokugeki no Soma. I'll give it my award right off the top. I wish there was less naked 15-year-olds. That could be a thing that is gone from this, because I really like the rest of this show. It's Iron Chef. There's an Iron Chef school, and you get more authority in the school and are able to do more things if you win Iron Chef competitions against other students. And the main character wants to follow in his father's footsteps. His father is a really great chef, and he wants to follow in his father's footsteps of becoming a great chef himself. His dad sends him to this school, and Soma is the main character's name, and he wants to win and be the best, but sometimes he loses, and I felt the emotions. And there's a character named Megumi. I got a thing of her up there somewhere. She's really sweet, and her story about like overcoming her insecurities really like, well, I don't know. I felt that, G. I felt that.
Let's kick the beat.
Here's the thing. Here's what you might call the secondary unique selling point of Shokugeki no Soma. It's whenever they eat, they have literal foodgasms, as in all of their clothes are stripped away and they burst out and naked. And that while that does indeed happen to some boys as well, it mostly happens to the 15-year-old high school girls, and that makes this show very uncomfortable, which is normally it would be like, okay, whatever, I'll write off this show, but the rest of it is so good that it's like, why does this have to be there? What happens this season? There's a tournament. It's a tournament arc. Every arc is a tournament arc in this show. There's all different just food competitions, but this one is just like, we're gonna pick the best chefs.
タイムリミットだ
I give this one are pickles actually an essential element of hamburgers out of 10, because they make the argument that they are. Oh no, I didn't do that. Okay, third season of Shokugeki no Soma. So they do a food fair, and a guy who makes Chinese food is like, fuck you, Soma, I'm so great. And Soma's like, oh yeah, I'll beat you at your own game. And then he tries to do that. And that's one part of the show. And then the mean, nasty guy shows up and takes over the school. And he's like, food is just garbage, yo. Food's just like anime. Most of it sucks. So I'm only gonna have the good food be made, and I will teach you only to make the good food. There can't be any bad food. There's no individuality here, except for the really exceptional people who I like and choose. And if you want to be one of them, join up with me. I once described it as like food capitalism versus food communism, but that's not accurate at all. If you ever see that tweet in my archive somewhere, that's not true.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
Bad take out of 10. All right, so this is like still the third season, and this one I don't. Did I finish this one? It says that I did, but I don't remember. It's at this point that the Food Wars has lost most of its appeal. I think you could sum this series up by just saying what the food powers of everybody are. There's one guy who has a super nose, and he smells all of the things and can make the most delicious food because he smells the best stuff. And another character has the best tongue and can taste things, like things are objectively good to her, I guess, which has some scary implications. But, and then there's a guy who can just, through image training, can mimic your food powers, it's not like superpowers, but it like sort of is. It's not like, they don't say they have superpowers, but they do. It's one of those. They make food look very tasty out of 10. Oh man. Well, we didn't get it under 3 hours, but that's okay. That's okay.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat.
This is Soul Eater. If you've, you know how in anime the fighting shows, the characters will train and the training makes them stronger and like they get new weapons and stuff. In this show, the people are the weapons. So, and they have to grow as a team to become stronger and fight the biggest dudes. It's a metaphor. And it's a pretty good one at that. I enjoyed this one a lot. I particularly like the chaotic is the first word that comes to mind for the art style. It's the world that these people occupy is a cartoony nonsense world, and yet it still rings a lot of emotional depth out of that. Muda, 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 muda. I give it 99 human souls out of 10. Dum, bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. Soul Eater. Now we are at
Let's kick the beat.
Space Dandy. Let's kick the beat. I didn't actually finish this one. Everyone's nuts about it. I didn't like it. So this is one where I will say I probably have to give it another shot because I seem to be in the minority here. But this, it was once adequately described as Space Dandy is a dandy in space. And I say adequately because that doesn't do it justice at all. It's a big, it's a episodic space opera where Dandy goes and what is the plot of this? I don't know. The plot didn't come in the part that I saw. The bad guy flies around in the head of the Statue of Liberty with a ball gag on it. That's edgy as fuck.
タイムリミットだ
Ball gagged Statue of Liberty out of 10. What a show. Oh, Star Driver. Yeah.
Let's kick the beat.
Fucking Star Driver. Just watch the opening. Just watch the OP, then turn it off. The OP's awesome if you're into like mid 2000s J-rock. I dug it. It's got a super cool opening. It's got anime running in that super cool opening. It's just the main character running across the beach, and that shit's right up my alley. What goes on in this one? New kid comes to a school, and there's some kind of like cult or something that pilot robots, and they're up to no good, and they'll probably get away with it if not for that dastardly Star Driver, and his big pompadour, big feather hat wearing robot. The lesson at the end of it was maybe I could do a polyamorous relationship. That's the note that the show ends on.
無駄無駄無駄無駄
So polyamory maybe out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Steins Gate. What if time travel? But what if complicated time travel and it's actually about self-identity? What the heck can I say about Steins Gate? I watched it so long ago, I don't even remember. This is ranked the number 2 anime on my anime list, and the popularity is number 8. I'm going to that well because I've thrown my hook out to sea when talking about, and I've reeled it in, and I had no bait, and something bit the line off anyway. Now I have no hook either. Steins Gate gets a doo out of 10. I really liked Steins Gate. It's one of those I'm gonna watch again, and I'm like, will I still like this? I don't know.
Let's kick the
Sword
beat.
Art Online. Ooh. Either you love this show or you hate it. That sure does sound simplistic. This is the internet's like, this is the anime whipping boy. This is like, if you don't like anime, this is the anime that will convince you that it's all a waste, is what this is described as. But honestly, it's just okay. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. And yes, I have seen 1 or 2 of Mother's Basement's videos on it, and still I'm like, I don't know. I just can't muster up the hate for it that everybody else seems to have. But neither can I muster up the love. I didn't even talk about it. Trapped in a MMO, and if you die there, you die in real life. And the main character is a very competent individual, but also a shithead.
タイムリミットだ
Unintentionally so. Like, he's unintentionally written just as a shit person. Sword Art Online 2.
Let's kick the beat.
It's more, they escaped Sword Art Online, which was a big old, sorry for the spoiler, but honestly it's super underwhelming in the show. So it's, and then they go in another game, and then they go in this one. Somebody's killing people through a game called Gun Gale. The villain is named Death Gun, and everybody laughs at that. And I feel bad for thinking Death Gun is a cool name. I mean, I wouldn't use it. It wouldn't be my username on Tumblr, but so he shoots people. So the government hires our best boy to go and solve the Death Gun case by being really good at a video game, because they suspect that Death Gun will appear in a tournament. I had to watch this to refute an Anime Sins video. This was not by choice. This was to make sure that they the channel that I was reviewing didn't secretly have like one super good video that I didn't know about. So I do not forgive them for forcing me to watch this show. How could you do this, anime sins out of 10? Oh, we're through the S's. Oh, we're coming down to the wire. We're almost done. Thank goodness.
Let's kick the beat.
Gurren Lagann. Oh, it's a big robot show. It's a big metaphor show. People are living underground. They poke their heads out and oh shit. Shit's fucked up here. We better get a giant robot and make things better. And then they're like, "Oh, we made things better." So but the world's still in trouble, so we got to keep going. This is about escalation. Escalation is the biggest motif of this show. It starts literally underground and ends in the furthest reaches of space, and it works. It's pretty dang good. What can I say? Your drill can pierce me. Kamina, the blue-haired guy, out of 10. The hell am I talking about? Tokyo Ghoul.
Let's kick the beat.
So there's a lot of controversy around this anime because people say it was a very bad adaptation of the manga. I didn't read the manga, and therefore I am better than everyone. No, that's not it. I didn't love this. I really like the premise at the start, which is there are people called ghouls who can only eat human flesh. If they eat anything else, then they vom. So they need to eat human flesh to survive. And some ghouls are ravenous killers who go around gobbling up whoever, and others are just trying to get by and live a normal life along with society. And that aspect is really compelling to me, but it became more of, look how crazy my tail ass can whip you, because they have tails that come out of their butt and they smack people around. And I was like, I'm not here for the smacking. I'm here for the snacking. How do you live? That food is a universal thing out of 10. I liked the eating part. How do you live while you eat flesh?
Let's kick the beat.
Tonari no Kaibutsu-kun, My Little Monster. It's an alright rom-com. It's okay. It's not gonna blow your mind. One girl's really stuck up. What was her deal? One girl is stoic, and the other boy is big, explosive boy energy. And he's a troublemaker. And they get together and fall in love, maybe, ? The first 2 episodes are crazy good, and it kind of peaks there, from what I remember, and just kind of goes downhill after that as we get into, like, it starts getting into love triangles and love squares and love dodecagons, and the side characters have their own romance thing, and just nothing for it topped the first 2 episodes for me, where it could have, I don't know, from what I remember, it could have been a really nice short film. I'll give this I actually wanted to read the manga, which very rarely happens because the anime wasn't enough. Out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
Toriko. So in Hunter x Hunter, they're characters who hunt rare food. That's the whole plot of this show. They hunt rare food and are Dragon Ball Z. I thought the premise seemed kind of thin when first hearing it, but the sheer creativity of how much how food centric this world is pretty cool. Like, there's each episode starts with the narrator, this narrator who you can just tell from his voice he is loving every second of his life, explaining legends about cool ass food. Like, here is an island where omelets grow from trees and drip delicious juices down into your savoring maw, you decadent slut. And that part's really cool. The rest is okay. It's a half-cooked meal out of 10. Ay.
Let's kick the beat.
Trigun. This guy tried the gun and said it wasn't for him, so he stopped trying the gun and doesn't shoot everybody, but everyone else shoots all the time. Vash the Stampede has what is it, like $60 billion double dollars bounty on his head. He's a huge wanted criminal. But all of his legends are like sort of accidents. And he goes, you find out what happened in this crazy desert world along with him while he tries not to shoot anybody, but solve his problems with love and peace. And he does this. And I say, well, isn't that a night? This is a you can have your cake and eat it too anime. You can have your message about peace and have crazy cool gunfights. Have your cake and eat it too out of 10. Okay. Out of the tease. Oh my god, we're so close. My suffering at long last will end. Space Patrol Lulu Co. A short, I think they call it an ONA, if that's the proper term, by Studio Trigger. They were doing this in Kisnaever, and this kicks Kisnaever's ass, and it's like only a portion of the length. Lulu Co. becomes a space police and goes into space. What the heck happens in this one? This just feels like Trigger just having a blast, and you're along for the ride. It's funny. It's got some heart to it. There's a cop who is really funny, but it's not the Inferno cop, though I think he makes an appearance. This is sort of like the shared universe thing for Trigger, and is why it lends to that whole what the heck, let's just have fun vibe. I give it a crystal heart out of 10. Ooh.
Let's kick the beat.
I said earlier something else, that Ping Pong was one of the most underrated anime of all time. I don't know if like Space Battleship Yamato is well known in the Western anime community. But this is a remake of a series from the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. Earth is destroyed by aliens, and a nice alien gives them a care package and says, "Hey, if you come to my planet, I'll fix that shit up. I'll pour some water on that Earth, get it back in function order." And they go. It's like Star Wars, but more military-esque, more military focused. My favorite genre of thing is people fucking about a ship, and this is one of the best of that. I give it my fucking about on a ship out of 10. Let's see if I can say something more substantial. With season 2, there's a second one. I don't like it as much as the first one. This one really gets out there. So there's so after the events of the first Space Battleship Yamato, three years later, they gotta haul that ship back out of port. It's been resting too long. God is like, "Hey, shit's about to go down. Can you do me a solid and drive over to my planet, Space Battleship Yamato?" And they're like, "Well, shit, God said so, so I gotta go." And then there's a race of genetically engineered people who are trying to blow up everything because they think love will destroy. Love isn't good. It destroys everything, and we have to learn whether that's true or not. People still fucking about on a ship out of 10. Oh my god. That's another one of my just fucking watch Space Battleship Yamato, $21.99. I don't know about the originals. I'm sure they're great too, but I've only watched the remakes, and they were superb.
Let's kick the beat.
The Tatami Galaxy. I haven't finished this one, and I wish I was reviewing Night is Short, Walk On Girl instead, because I've actually watched that. boy, the plot really isn't what this one is about. On its surface, it's each episode is the main character living out a year of living out his college career based on which club he joins. Like one episode he joins a drama club, and it's like his life over those 4 years if he was in the drama club. And the other one is like tennis or cycling or, all kinds of stuff like that. And he keeps finding himself running into the same characters, and it's about how his life changes and who he becomes as a person, and how all of the other people around him are affected by that through that life. I give it it would make a great visual novel out of 10. Oh my god, there's like 4 more. Zetsu no Tempest has been sitting there complacent. Get your ass ready.
I've been waiting for this.
Because it's your
turn.
I'll do that just to... Now I gotta resume. Get you back in there. There we go. Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. Let's get the beat on this one, folks.
Let's kick the beat.
Let's kick the beat. Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a card game called Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh's really good at it because he cheats. He has an Egyptian pharaoh who played the game in beta, and he's like, I know all of them. I know all of the best cards. And he had the best cards, but then some guy named Bugman rips up his cards and throws them into the ocean. He's like, shit, my grandpa gave me those cards. My grandpa's gonna die now that I don't have them. So I gotta go win the Millennium Tournament on an island. He goes to, they play Survivor, the TV show, but it's card games, and everyone cheats. But because Yu-Gi-Oh has a magic pharaoh that cheats for him, he doesn't get caught and disqualified while everybody else does. Yu-Gi-Oh's a big hypocrite. Joey Wheeler is an American hero out of 10.
Let's kick the beat.
The real card games were the friends we took cards from.
Let's kick the beat.
Yuri on Ice. I don't always like, I've done this a couple of times in these reviews. I don't like framing my take as just like I know a lot of people like this, but I am lukewarm. But Yuri on Ice for me is a lot more like Yuri on Slush. It's okay. It was hugely popular at the time. It's about a ice skater gets into the big ice skating competitions with the help of a retired famous ice skater who becomes his love interest. And it's about the ice skater overcoming huge insecurities about himself and his difficulties with stuff. I can't remember what the specific things were, but he got mad about losing. The relationship seemed vaguely predatory to me out of 10. I think that's the thing that threw me the most. That Victor? Victor, whoever the lead guy was, like the relationship starts by him being very creepy. Other than that, it's all right. Well. If it isn't the Yu Yu Hakusho. So, I like the idea of an investigator investigating paranormal things, but I really love the idea of an investigator investigating paranormal things by punching the shit out of them. Yusuke Urameshi, he dies, and then they're like, hey, if you become our detective to solve spirit crimes, then you can come back to life. And he does. He goes off and has adventures, fighting demons and making friends. There's a guy named Kuwabara. In the English dub, he talks like this. It's very cartoony and weird. And I love him. I love it. It's great. There's a lot of girlfriends in this show. And they just sit on the sideline. They cut to the girlfriends being like, wow, did you see the way my boy punched that dude? And I'm right there with them. The audience is those girlfriends out of 10. Well, well, well. We've come to this. Zetsuen no Tempest.
Let's kick the beat.
Very, 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 very loosely inspired by the Shakespeare play The Tempest. Zetsuen no Tempest is about the world ending. People are turned into stone. For some reason, there are giant tomatoes with eyeballs that fly around and butterflies that turn people into stone, except for a few people who then have to go and like save the world maybe. It's tied to some cult who are trying to revive a god who is a tree or maybe is incarnated as a tree. But the main two guys are just a kid whose girlfriend died and his buddy who's upset that his girlfriend died. Who's upset that his sister died. Uh-oh, they're the same person, but they don't know. And there's conflicted stuff. What a great capstone to this. I give it my plot twist out of 10,000. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of plot twists. Oh my goodness, we did it. Oh god, 3.5 hours. I've reviewed just about every anime I've ever seen, excluding some. And we're here together to celebrate it. Wow. I don't know. Oh, my brain is mush. It is more slush than Yuri on Ice. It's just my brain's just melting away and the words are just falling from the lips without much thought. I'm keeping this going because I want it to seem like there's a direction. But no, we are free falling. And we're gonna take a brief break, bring it over to the piano, and close this nightmare out. All right, be back in a few, you lovely folks. Yes, we need to unmic. We need to unmute the thing first if we want to actually do this. Is that high enough? That's not high enough. Let's put another thing there. Let's put another thing there. We'll turn that up just a little bit. Okay. All right, let's close this bad boy out, shall we? Okay. It's like a way too emotional version of Cats on Mars from Cowboy Bebop. Oh, I went to go kick the beat, but I turned that off. What did we learn today? If anything, I had spent a lot of time watching anime when I should have been spending that time picking up on some improv skills. I think that would have made this pill a little bit easier to swallow. But yeah, I guess what we could say is that it takes a lot of thought and effort and practice to get good at something, to do something well, like piano here. I'm not very good at piano, and that's because I don't practice. And the start of this stream was a big old mess, me trying to type out stuff like a buffoon, because I didn't have time to practice. You know, sometimes you just get caught up in wanting to do something, you just do it. And that's okay. That's okay. Because if you keep doing things, you get better. You make mistakes every now and again, like that. Fuck it. Just keep on going. My phone buzzed, which means it's probably time to call this a fit. But more importantly than running silly streams is getting money to people who really need it during this crisis. All these people who are working hard at their very demanding mentally and physically, these demanding jobs that people do. And I'm glad that we all can share in trying to make things a little bit better for them. Because nothing that, like, all these jobs that are paid sub-minimum wage are sort of done on this myth that they are low skilled, low effort things. This is just not true. Like, it's not. And I wish we could do away with that misconception. I guess this is a small piece of that. Hopefully you all can take that away and we can all try and make somebody's life better. Turn into that with enough work. That's all from me. Thank you all so much for watching and suffering through that with me. Have a happy. I'll catch ya around. Bye-bye now. I'm going to transition to this thing. Woo!